Hello, hello. Happy Saturday. It's day two. of Down to Jam number 2. We got 1 day and 22 hours left. Slightly less than 2 days. But we're doing okay. Also, Adagon requires your voice. Hey, Brainoid. Hey, Adagon. Enjoy the word soup. Yeah, the theme is gathering. We're doing like we're doing a little thing. We're doing a little idle game kind of based off of Ropica's Idle Island. How's your jam going? We're doing a little not with all these features. I don't know if we're gonna have any features, but we're gonna just do this little loop of a little animal that goes back and forth between sleeping and doing little gatherings around their on their little island. Ignore all these unlockables. We definitely don't have time to make so many unlockables. I would love one unlockable per category. That would be like the dream. That's kind of what we're going for. Bring the Down to Jam site up, so I just have it here. Last night after the stream, I worked on the art. Hey, Dime Novel Hero. How'd the art party go? It's great. I posted it, but here's what we did. I refined our buddy Bernard a little bit, and I got his animations going. So here's his little walk animation for one direction. We're doing a 4-directional walk. I started out by trying to like follow along with an Adam C. Eunice tutorial, and I kind of did it where like I set up the like individual body parts, but I didn't bother redrawing them. I just like shifted them 1 pixel. And I didn't do a 6-frame animation. We're doing a 4-frame or a 3-frame animation technically. And one of those frames is just the idle pose. So here's our Southwest walk. We've also got a Southwest pick. Probably should slow this down. Since it's just 1 frame. Yeah, that's better. So we got a little pick. Hey, Rhiannon. Thanks. Yeah, I spent a lot of last night working on it. But it's done. Here's our little walk, our Northwest walk. A little janky, but you know, it'll do. Hey, Nix. How's it going, y'all? Happy weekend. Happy Saturday. We also got our little Northwest pick, which I should probably fix the timing of that too. I love this. This is my favorite frame, I think. I mean, I love the little booty. I love the little Bernard booty. But this is probably my favorite frame, is the leaning over to pick stuff from facing away. I really tried to get the big boy stretch motion, which was hard. Yeah, it's like a yoga pose. Yeah, exactly. You went to bed at 5 p.m. and woke up at 5 a.m.? That's hardcore, Nix. That's good. For a jam and for someone who isn't an artist, it looks great. Thank you. Yeah, it was a struggle, but it's done now. So we're very pleased. How's the game going? Well, we don't have a game per se, but we have all the character animation done. I did say yesterday's stream was going to be all art focused. I definitely didn't get as much done as I needed to get done, but we have the character done. We have the layout settled pretty much, and we have a very rough version of the cabin, which I need to repaint. I also settled on a palette. I know I was struggling with my palette yesterday. I went with an incredibly limited palette, a 12-color palette, just because I was like, oh, I want more browns. I want variety, and I was having a hard time, so I was just like, let's forget about that. Let's just get the most limited palette we can find. This is Homie Honey or something like that, which I thought was great for what we're doing. Yeah, I love this shot. It's too funny. And this is probably my favorite of the walks, the 2 walks. What's the theme? The theme is gathering. So you're playing a little bear that's just gathering stuff up around his cabin. I changed the name from Idle Hands to Bare Necessities. Yeah, gathering. We'll see about honey. That's kind of a stretch goal because if you're gathering honey, I need to do like a beehive and stuff. But I think we'll have we'll have some berry bushes, we'll have a fruit tree, and we'll have the edge of like a little pond or lake or something so that he can grab fish. Too bad the song is copyrighted. Oh, we're using the song. I'm covering that song. I might not play it on stream, but that song is going in there. I'll try to make it different enough. You made a new mod? Does that mean we're at 500 mods next? But yeah, I'm very pleased with the little stupid character art. Yeah, you officially hit the 500. Congrats. Let me see. Let me see what I have to say about that.
You're out of your Vulcan mind, Spock.
All right, so we got that. So we need to ship this as a sprite sheet.
Most illogical.
So we need to set this up as a sprite sheet. We need to copy. So we need a 4 direction for the walks and animations. But we're just gonna mirror these. So I'll probably make a new file. Let's calculate the size that we need. I think I'll just stick with this 64 by 64. I think I can fit it into a 32 by 32, but it would involve an offset, and I don't think we particularly care. So let's count them. I need to remember how animated sprite works. So yesterday was art day. Today is going to be gameplay day. So today is just setting up the mechanics, getting the loop going. That's what we're doing on stream. I'll probably work on the art off stream again. We'll probably do a little bit of art. Oh, we need an icon. That's easy. Should the icon be this or this? It'll probably just be his head here. We need an icon. Probably just this. Oops. We'll get an emote out of this or something. Because I can fit this into a 14 by 14. It won't be great, but it'll be funny. The bent over bear is great? Yeah. We'll put that into. The mod you made, Nix, it lets pawns that are in mechs and have a drill weapon attachment meant for digging. You made it so that the pawn can directly go to the underground stuff and drill it out themselves. The drill would most likely be deep drill sized. Nice. That sounds very niche, but that sounds great for you. So we'll just take this, throw this in here. Save as. Icon. And then icon SVG or export. I do want to replace it. icon.svg. Size shouldn't matter for an SVG file, so we'll just go for it. I've had the pixel scale matter before, so I need to tweak that a little bit. But let's get the icon fixed. Most important thing. Maybe put a little woven basket into his paw. I would love that. I would love for him to actually gather things into a basket. And fill the basket with stuff. That is the sort of thing that one abandons when one is attempting to do a 72-hour game jam. We're going to change this type back to a node game. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a forest node. 2D node. And then we'll put the backdrop in the forest. And in the forest, we'll have Bernard. Put in a linked scene. Bernard. Let's fix this stuff. Icon. Icon's already set up. Let's close the project. Also, that was the wrong version of Godot that I opened, but it seemed to be fine. It didn't seem to cause a problem. Just suspicious. Oh, so you can open regular 4.4 projects from the mono build, but you can't do the reverse. That makes sense. Oh, see, yeah, the pixel scale is wrong. It's all fuzzy. I don't know how SVG stuff works. Let's just make it bigger. Keep the pixel scale. Keep this over here. How's everyone doing this weekend? How's anyone's progress with the jam going? SVG is vector. Yes, the resolution shouldn't matter. But if I export it at a higher resolution, it's in focus now, so no idea how SVG works. It is both resolution independent and resolution dependent, at least as far as Godot cares. But how's it going to Smooth in a second? I presume you saw all our Bernard animations. But yeah, we made him our icon, which I'm very pleased with. Are we missing a pixel? Oh no, we just cut it off. Yeah, we're very pleased. We did that last night. All right, so we need to make this into a sprite sheet. So we'll make a new file. Oh, we need to calculate how big a file we need. So 64. We could be efficient in terms of... We could not duplicate frames. In which case we just need 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 16. Yeah, let's do that. I need to look at... Today is the day where we're just going to be hacking. We're just going to do animated sprite 2D because I don't think we need the complexity of an animation player. We'll make a new sprite frame. Yeah, because animation play or animated sprite 2D can even take separate textures. So it's just a matter of convenience that we're submitting it as a single sprite sheet. So that's what we're going to do. So we'll use the y-axis for direction and the x-axis for the animations. Oh, this is a banger. It's kind of blown out. If you look at the waveform is purposely blown out the whole time. Unfortunate. This is not instrumental. Pretzel rocks. Point of order. Alright, so we make a new file that's 64 times 4, so 256 by 256. We can do these as layers, I guess. We can call it northwest. Northeast. We'll start with northeast. Southeast. Southwest. Northwest. Yeah, so today will be gameplay day. We'll try to get the gameplay loop going. And then tomorrow will probably be sound day. We'll record some music. We'll record some sound effects with like Foley art stuff. And we'll try to make the soundscape of the game. We're definitely going to record a version of Bare Necessities, either on guitar or mandolin. It kind of depends on which instrument is currently stringed and not rusted out. Stretch goal, we'll record a version of Talk Like You, or I Want to Be Like You, whatever that song is called. In regards to SVG files, it's how it's made. I guess you can save raster data, but its strength is when the artwork is made using Bezier curves, so the software can use math to render the object at any scale. Yeah, it definitely scales because that's the format I've used for like my business cards and stuff. It's just, it seems like certain programs interpret it in a way. Yeah, I guess it must save some rasterized version of it inside itself. I don't know. I'm not the format guy. What's on this layer? Okay, there we go. Let's load our format palette. I'm gonna make this the default palette for the duration of the jam. I'm very pleased with this palette. Homie Honey 12 +1 because I added black to it, but which I should do. Should go here. Should say save palette. +1. And then I'm also going to save this palette as the default for now. Do you have a way of drawing using curves instead of placing individual pixels in this program? It's a pixel art editor, so I'm going to guess no. I can draw curves, but I don't think it records the curve data. Like, there is a tool to draw a curve. But I'd be surprised if it, like, an exported version of it would retain that curve data. All right, we'll save this. Why are you using SVG? It's the format for iconography. Probably so that it is resolution independent. So an icon file in Godot is an SVG file. I don't think you have to use SVG, but it's like the default. And I think it's so it can scale for all the different versions without needing, you know. Because sometimes you'll see a game icon, an app icon, and it'll be huge. And sometimes you'll see an app icon and it'll be tiny. So I think normally it doesn't matter, but I think when you try to take a 16 by 16 tile size and you try to make it an SVG, I think it gets a little upset. Oh, we're getting raided. JD coming at me. I threatened to raid JD yesterday, and yet here we are. Bernard Sprite Atlas. Here, save this. How's it going, JD? Am I down to jam? Always. Or at least twice a year. JD Raid. Hey, Bet Gaming. Hey, JD. How was the stream? How's Dev? Were you doing overlay stuff? I think that's what you had on your thing. We are working on Down to Jam. We got a little less than 2 days. 1 day, 21 hours. But who's counting? The theme is gathering. We're working on a little gathering game based on Ropuka's Idle Island. It's just a little idle game where you have a little guy in a little field with a cabin, and they just go back and forth between sleeping, taking naps, and gathering little berries and stuff from around their field. Last night, I did all the animation for the character, for Bernard. JD, yeah, you did some overlay stuff. Didn't seem to work, so you're stepping away for a while. Ah, sorry. Yeah, that happens. Stepping away is good. So yeah, we got our little Bernard guy, our little main character. I animated him last night. We animated him with 2 directions. And we have a walk, and we have a pick. We have a pick animation. Gonna lurk? Yeah, no worries. Thanks, JD. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you're having a fine Saturday. But yeah, we did this in like 3 or 4 hours. This is not my specialty. This might actually be my first real multi-directional character animation that I've ever done. I say might, it definitely is. We also have my favorite animation, which is the Northwest pick. Little bear stretches. I get we're getting some real Rillakkuma vibes with this bear, I'm now realizing. Only difference is really the face, which that's the only thing distinguishing Rillakkuma anyway, so. So yeah, we're making the sprite sheet for this little guy so we can get him walking around in the game. That's what we're doing right now. So if I select this color and then I convert to background, does the background use this color? No, it just picks one. Does it use the secondary color? I kind of want to know. But yeah, we just started streaming. We'll be on for at least the next 6 hours. It's looking like I'm doing about half the jam on stream and about half the jam off stream, which helps because I really struggled with that animation. I was watching some Adam C. Eunice videos before I eventually just kind of decided to just hack it. All right. Okay, so whatever the secondary color is the color that's chosen when you make a background. That's interesting. I did not know that. All right, so let's start with Northwest and Southwest because we've got that. Let's make a grid so we can see what we're doing. 64 by 64. Back to music. You remember during another jam I was doing, I jumped. You jumped on while I was warming up. It sounded like I was making super chill menu music. Oh. I mean, we didn't make our own music for Mini Delivery, so if that's what you're thinking of, that was all pre-made stuff. If you're thinking of A Following Wind, we recorded quite a few sea shanties for that, but it was Ship It. Yeah, we recorded some sea shanties. Sea shanties are not exactly the appropriate choice here. So we'll probably, I really want to do Bare Necessities. That's, in my mind, that's the only choice. Let's do Southwest first. So we'll do the base frame here. We'll say southwest and we'll say idle. We will enable the grid. Southwest is 3rd. I know I could do this as a thing and have the thing output the thing, but I kind of like to lay these out by hand personally. So we'll say, make a new layer. Call this Southwest Walk. You're continuing your great tradition of like choosing your own name for things. That's never the actual name of the thing, but is usually iconic enough that it starts to replace the name of that thing in everyone's mind. I think it's fine. It's funny. Southwest pick. So we just have idle. I'm not going to make an idle animation because you're never going to see the bear idling. If the bear is idling, he is in his cabin. So the idle is just like a return. All right, southwest pick. All right, northwest idle. I'm gonna lock these. I seem to keep making changes. Who said you needed 6 frames for a walk animation, you know? At this resolution, you can almost do it in 3. It kind of works out that this is a big lumbering bear. Otherwise, I think it might be too awkward. Pick. I love this frame. We have like a piece of cover art. I might have him like posed like this, reaching into like a berry bush or something. Looking at the viewer. This might have to be the cover art pose. 3-frame animation. Look how so bougie. Well, I only drew 2 frames. It's idle, 1 leg. It's idle, front leg, idle, back leg. So I only drew 2 frames, but I consider the frame in between the 2 legs. So technically I only drew 2 frames. And yeah, that's how the walk cycle works right now for our crew, for our Digital Iliad crew. So I was trying to do it proper following this Adam C. Eunice tutorial, and I was like, hold on a second. Can I just Can I just do this with 2 frames? Can I just draw 2 frames and be done? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Let's just make duplicates of these layers. That seems like a good thing to do. Duplicate this layer. So this will be southeast idle. I don't like that snap to grid doesn't work when you have the move tool out. If you tilt the bear forward, you can even turn those walking frames into running ones. Oh yeah, he's not running. This bear don't walk. This bear lumbers, which I think is part of the reason I get away with this. Only problem with doing this as a mirror is the shading doesn't make sense anymore, but who cares? It's another compromise we're going to make for the sake of finishing this thing. All right, that's it. That's the sprite sheet. That's the whole character sprite sheet. That's all we need. Crazy how fast this goes. You disappear for a bit, and I got animations set up. Fast is a relative term, Rick. Yeah. How's it going? Happy Saturday. I did this over like 4 or 5 hours last night off stream. Some stuff I'm really uncomfortable with doing on stream, and this is one of those things. But yeah, we're really pleased. Yeah, we're doing about half the jam on stream. My day consists of 3 8-hour segments. One of them is for streaming, one of them is for working off stream, and one of them is for sleeping. And the sleeping one is optional. I did sleep well last night, reasonably well. And I did make sure to eat and hydrate and everything yesterday, and that was good, because this is definitely a marathon. We'll probably do an all-nighter Sunday night into Monday morning, because the jam is done at 10 a.m. on Monday for me. Yeah, we did this for 4 directions. Or 2 directions, and we're mirroring them. 4 animations and 2 directions. This is definitely my favorite. All right. Let's get this hooked up in the game. Oh, I exported it with the background on. Silly me. Let's turn that off. Do that again. All right, now we can make this idle. Idle isn't even really an animation. That's our autoplay one. All right, I don't remember how to set this up. That's the fun thing about doing the game jam. I like relearn how to use Godot every single time. Like, oh, it's here. Oh, I need to specify the direction, don't I? Idle. Any. Maybe we specify the direction and then that. Any idle. We also need to specify an offset of some kind. Offset. A little more. There we go. Perfect. So this just plays forever. I actually don't know if we're going to need an idle animation, but we'll keep it just in case. We also don't need an auto. We need to not have an autoplay. You have no idea what game jam actually means. When I was talking about it, you thought there would be bangers some music. No, it's a game. It's typically a game that you make in a short period of time. Sometimes, depending on the rules, you might use pre-existing assets. But this particular jam is everything from scratch. I need to rearrange the order here, so I need to copy you again. So hold on, how do I put the same frame in here multiple times? Can I copy a piece? I don't want to duplicate the animation. I want to duplicate the copy frame. Here we go. There we go. But now I'm confused. I don't know if I have the delete it. New animation. You're doing the jam with some friends? No, I'm doing this solo. I'm doing all of it by myself. The category in this jam is called One Dev Army, or ODA. But a lot of jams will have a solo category. Okay, so I copy this animation, I paste it, and then I move it here. There we go. And then if we play it, way too fast. I want 1 FPS. Maybe I want a little less than 1 FPS, or a little more than 1 FPS. Let's do 2 FPS. Yeah, that sounds good. That looks good. For what reason? Is it a challenge or just for fun or specifically for stream or something? Which part? The fact that I like doing it by myself? That's just a personal preference. I love this so much. Just the whole jam. Oh, it's just fun. It's also a pretty incredible thing because usually if you're working on a game, you're working on something really big for a long time. And it's really incredible to see what you can do in a short period of time with constraints. I think it's like a really good test of your aptitude and your process. Like, I've really enjoyed it. Can I say 0 FPS? Like, this just doesn't ever finish playing. I might break it, but we'll see. Actually, we probably want this to be 1. In case we wait on the animation to change states, if we switch to the idle, we want the idle to play at least once and then switch. The bear when he picks something up, lol. Yeah, I really wanted him to do... I feel like he's so big, I really want him to do the big twist when he picks something up. And it's just really funny. I really wanted to capture the big lumbering aspect of this guy. I think we did okay. All right, so we did northeast. Now we can do southeast. So pixel I probably should remove. But I think I'm going to leave it. I'm a little quieter today. It's just the mild fatigue kicking in. After working on this thing for like 14, 15 hours yesterday. Probably about that. Doing it again today and tomorrow. I hope everyone else is doing all right. Whether you're just chilling for the weekend or you're working hard on your own jam game. You got this. Saponia. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. What do you recommend as the best way to get into the games industry? That is a tough question. Because the games industry has experienced something like 10,000 layoffs this year. That, and combined with the advent of AI, is making it really hard to get an entry-level role somewhere. So I think it's tough nowadays to come in with just expertise on paper. Like, I don't think it's enough anymore to just come in and be like, I've done a program, I've done a degree, I've done a boot camp or whatever. I think you need to do projects. Like game jams, like we're doing right now. I think you need finished projects. You need a portfolio. Which has maybe always been true, but I think it's especially true right now. But good luck. It's not easy. And it's certainly not getting easier. Although it's never been easier to make a game, which is probably contributing to the difficulty. But it's great. If you want to do it, you can do it. All right. Animated sprite 2D. Set up. So should Bernard have like a little state machine thing? I know some people would use nodes to control a state machine. They're constantly like adding and removing nodes from the tree. I think that's okay if you have like maybe a state stack. That could be good. I don't know if we're gonna have or need a state stack. I question whether we would need to set something up like that. What we do need to do is set up a pathfinding network. So I think the goal is to get Bernard walking around. What we should do is we need to export our little cabin, which is a placeholder, but it's all right. Gotta find it first. I don't know where I put it. Oh, I put it in like the palettes for some reason. I'm gonna move it. Oh my glob. Red alert. Notable raid. Raidable. Hey Brainoid, welcome back. Saponia, thanks for the advice. Do I consider a game design degree a worthwhile experience? You also plan to get some experience afterwards. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a valuable experience, but it depends on the cost. It depends on the time. It depends on what you do. If you're just getting like academic learning, I think it is all about the projects you make. I think you just need to make games. I know that's the advice everyone gives, but hey, Nomable, how's the jam going? It's going good. Last night, we made our little character. We did all of our little character art and animations for 4 directions. We just plugged it into the engine. We're gonna try to get the loop going today of getting the character walking around and doing little things, gathering things, if you will. How's your jam going? Nice, Branoid. Thank you for the follow, Nomable. Let me hit you back. I don't think I follow you. How's your jam going? Or if you're not jamming, how's your stream? Give Nomable the shout here. Yeah, now we need to set up a pathfinding network, which I think what we're going to do is we're going to make a tile set that we paint with the pathfinding nodes, with the pathfinding directions. So we'll make a tile set, we'll paint it with the directions that those tiles can connect. And then we will build a probably A-star grid 2D out of that. Probably. We could also just do A-star 2D. We don't necessarily need to do the grid 2D, but I like the grid 2D because it's very simple and it makes your list itself. You got a little lost in some art rabbit holes? No, all I've done is animate a bear. Okay? We're 24 hours down. Actually, more like 26 hours down, 27. And all I've done is animate a bear. So, you know. This is the way. But we got our little sprite sheet, and we're done with our bear. I have a feeling I'm going to be making a lot of environmental art tonight. I feel like that is going to be my evening after dinner. Is going to be just bushes and trees and other things. So, what's the game idea? It's a little gathering game, kind of idle game style, kind of inspired by Ropika's Idle Island, which is about a little frog who alternates between sleeping and cutting his lawn. But our version is going to be a little bear that alternates between sleeping and gathering like berries and stuff and like little fishes or whatever, like gathering little things from around their cabin. So I don't know if it's going to end up as a game, because the problem with an idle game is the game part is all of the like stat boosting and like content unlocking, and I don't know if we're going to have time to make unlockable content. My goal would be at least to have one unlockable item for like each thing. Like I would love to give Bernard like an outfit, and I would love to have an alternative version of his cabin, but I haven't even painted the initial version of the cabin, so kind of a stretch goal. We want unknowable content. You might get it. What are you doing, Knowable? Or Brainoid? I don't really know what anyone's doing. I've been following Cosmos work, and it's super intimidating the amount they were able to get done in 24 hours. I'm not sure if they slept in the last 24 hours, but I'm like, wow, I feel behind. But then I see, you know, we're all doing it. We've got 1 day and 21 hours. Let me refresh and make sure that's still true. Yep. Let's do this. We need a Paddington Easter egg. That is not a bad idea. What does Paddington even have? It's like a hat, right? It's like just a hat and a jacket. We could maybe do that. It's a hat and a jacket. And little boots, Wellingtons, right? They wear like little Wellington boots. Or no, they don't. Or do they? No, they don't have shoes. Of course they don't. They're a bear. Who would even make shoes for a bear? Yeah, that's a good idea. That would be a cool stretch goal. Gnomable, you're aiming for a Dragon Ball Z Spirit Bomb simulator? That is pretty good. Brainoid, you dropped a post about your progress? Cool, we'll check it out after the ad break. Yeah, I've been watching the updates in the Discord. It's been intimidating. So this is going to be like the path grid. So we need to make a tile set that we can plug in here and then we can paint. So let's make one that's got... We're going to have one that has like an X, and then we'll have one that has like arrows in different directions. All right, let's make a tile. Let's make a tile set. What does this tile set need to be? Probably something like this. This can be super simple. So what we do need is a grid. Need a grid here. I think this is right. What's the size of our grid? It's 32 by 16, right? Yep. Tile offset axis horizontal. I think I like vertical offset. Layout. Oh, no. I like horizontal offset with a diamond down. I like diamond down. I know I could do navigation layer stuff. I genuinely don't understand how that works. So we're gonna do our own. I have some memory of how A-Star Grid 2D works, or A-Star Grid. So we're gonna just stick with what we know right now. I love that I keep forgetting that I can actually just draw this line out, which works. It doesn't work when I try to do my dimetric line. A-Sprite doesn't know how to draw a dimetric line, but it knows how to draw an isometric line very well. I'm sure it's got some hard coding in here, or some suggestion that like keeps it in line here. I don't know, who knows? So here's our tile. So what we'll do is we'll put little arrows that let us see where we can go. So we'll make little arrows. Something like this. Something like this. Doesn't need to be complicated. It just needs to illustrate the directions. So like here's an omnidirectional one. So here's like all directions. Then we'll just alternate. Then we'll get rid of this one. So this one won't go that way. Let's turn the snap to grid on. Thank you for the follows, Aponia and Nomable. Why can't I erase anything? Oh, because snap to grid. I'm just going to make the number that we need. So we need... We just need 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. All right. Should be easy. All the stuff you never knew, yet it just makes sense, you know? To be fair, I don't generally do things the proper way here.
Happy New Year's. Before I get too black out or brown out or one of the browns. I mean out. Whatever. Love you, kid. Bye.
So then this one will be... Am I doing the combinatorics wrong? I guess it doesn't matter. Let's do this and then we'll eliminate the alt. I'm just going to iterate through this and then we'll eliminate the non-unique tiles. Hey, Dragon Facts, what are we jamming? We are participating in Down to Jam, number 2, the community-centered game jam. 72-hour game jam. Started yesterday, ends Monday for, depending on your time zone. Theme is Gathering. We are making a little idle game based on Ropika's Idle Island, which is a little game about a frog that alternates between sleeping and cutting his grass. But we're doing a little gathering variation where it's about a bear that alternates between sleeping in its cabin and going out and picking up little things. This is our little character. We did the character art last night. Today we're setting up the mechanics of getting the character to pathfind around and pick stuff up. Then we're gonna work some more on the art. We'll do the sound tomorrow, and we'll probably need to get all the UI stuff too if we have any hope of getting the idle part actually in the game. What don't you know? What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm making the tile set for the arrows here. Yeah, that sounds like more of a you thing than anything else. Have you heard about this game called Baldur's Gate 3? It has some content that you might enjoy. I feel like I'm doing this backwards. I feel like I should have done this in the other order. I'm getting a little turned around. I'm gonna do this the other way. So we're gonna start with none. That's probably the best way to start. And then we're gonna add and then we'll still probably have like a remove duplicates phase, but you miss anything? Not really, Nix. An ad break? Right now we're just setting up the tile set that's going to represent our walkable areas. And we'll use it to build a pathfinding network. So we'll be able to draw out the walkable areas. Yeah, so this is what I want to do here. This. How did I accidentally get that pixel there? Probably the snapping. Let's save this. We're going to call this path grid. Let's say path tile set atlas. Hey, you never miss those. Yeah, you don't get them neither. You're very fine. Sub badge. I should know how to do this kind of thing. I do this all the time during the day. For some reason, I have a hard time here. Look, that's just like your opinion, man. Bernard is a sweetheart, an innocent sweetheart. It's gonna be like a tile matching game here. You done Down to Jam last time? No, I didn't get to do the first version of Down to Jam. It started like during GDC. So I was just wiped. All right, let's get rid of duplicates. So these aren't duplicates. So we have adjacent and diagonals that are not duplicates. So there's really just one more set. Hey, Code Fox. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Are we missing one? Seems like we're missing one. Upper left, upper right, bottom left. Yeah, okay. You won the first edition? Wow, Brainoid. Incredible. Not winning this one, you don't think so? I don't know. Let's jam. Yeah. Nix, your game is insane. Yeah, we're working on the pathfinding for our character, Bernard, the hungry bear, who's gonna go around, travel around the area outside of his cabin, just gathering berries and stuff. That's what we're going for this jam. All right, so we have this. So we got all, and we also need one that's nothing. We also need an unreachable. Actually, do we need an unreachable block? I guess we do. Or do we? As long as there's no way to get to it, we don't technically need it, but I'm going to make it anyway. Should probably be the default block. All right, this should be it. It's not organized particularly well. It doesn't really need to be. There isn't really a way to fit this. Oh, nice. All right, Code Fox. Yeah, time zones do kind of make it a little tricky. All right, let's bring this down to 128 by 128. Also, let's maybe color this white so I can actually see it. Or something close to white. Actually, let's just actually make it white. No happy Sunday for you. Sorry about that. All right. Path tile set. Making the tile set. Give me my tile set here. Make it a tile set. Where is this tile set? Save as. Grid path. Path grid. Tile set. Let's set this tile set up, huh? I'll check it out, Nix. I'm a little distracted at the moment, but I'm always curious to see your crazy overpowered characters. Zaponia, do you remember what the first game jam you did? Yes, it was Ludum Dare 55, and we made A Following Wind, which you can play the remastered version of. You can also play the original version, but you can play the remastered version of it here.
He's dead, Jim.
I should really have a streamer bot command for that. Oh, I love this song. All right, so we got to paint this tile set. thought there was a property I could paint here. I guess I have to make a new property. Thank you for the hydrate code, Fox. Good call. Can I read out the terrain sets? Because I'm just trying to plug this in so I can read it out. We only care about sides. Path. We can call this terrain. We can call this pathable. Doesn't really matter what color we use, but I would like to use... Well, it should probably be something I can see. We'll use green. Well, that probably won't stick out against the ground very well. We'll use red. Okay, so if I do this, yeah. So this will only be useful if I can read this data out. But I think this is an easy way to do this. Otherwise, we just have to hard code these, which I don't really want to do. You can make the game 2.5D if you want. I do not. I do not want. That's what we tried to do last time, and I did not finish that game. All right, so theoretically, this will give me all the information I need. What I should do is open up the docs. Just quickly recreate Digital Iliad. Yeah, that was the problem with our last game jam, is I wanted to do an isometric 2D thing in a 3D space. So I don't actually want this. I want the... I want to read this data out of the tile map set, or tile set. So this only works if I can get the data out of this. Get terrain. I just want to use this to store the data here. But I don't know quite how to do that. So I can get my tile ID. We only need to do this at setup time. So we can get the tile. So we want to get the tile ID or the tile data. Get tile. Get tile cell. Get cell data. Is that what it's called? hope this is the way to do this. What does get pattern mean? Oh no, I know what that means. I don't want that. Get source? Okay. I could use the alternative tile number. That's not a bad idea. It's not a great idea, but it's not a bad idea. I could also just use the coordinates. I just need a way of getting the pathing information out of this, and I wanted to do it this way, but I'm not quite sure this is the easy way to do it. I thought it would be. I feel like I'm maybe misusing this data. Maybe I can record some different custom data. I can get the terrain color and the terrain name. I want to get the cells. Maybe it's here. Okay, hey, you want to pursue a career in game development. You want to make it in Unreal. I don't know anything about Unreal. I last used Unreal in like 2010, 2009, maybe? Is the RTX 5070 Ti good? Maybe. I have a 4080 Super. The 5070 Ti is probably comparable. My 4080 Super, it handles everything very well. I think we're changing gears. I think we're just going to use the Atlas coords to define this, because as far as I can tell, there is not a way to do what I want. Maybe I need a custom data layer is what I need. Maybe it was a mistake to do this as a terrain set. Yeah, I want a custom data layer. That's what I want. Oh, and I can define it as a vector. But the thing is, we could just use the Atlas coord for that, right? Well, not really. Not really. Can I just put a custom vector 2 in here? I can call this pathable. Restore a vector 2, and what I can do is I can paint pathable data here. So this is 0, 0, so this is unpathable. Actually, I guess we need a vector for... I could honestly do this with just like a byte. Can we get the custom data out? That's the thing that I'm not quite sure about, is how to get the custom data out. Get custom data layer by name. Get custom data layer by... What we need to do is we need to get it from the tile. Turns the index of the custom data layer identified by the given name. Okay. I want to get the custom data layer out of the tile, which I probably need to do from a ID or something. This is how I end up getting bogged down trying to do something like this. All we're doing is trying to encode the pathability of a tile in the tile. Also, what happened to... Oh, I'm in the tile set. I need to also be in the tile map. Maybe we can pull this data directly from the tile map and we don't need to refer to the tile set. Where's tile map layer? Here's tile map pattern. Where's tile map layer? Just say tile map layer. I can get the cell's source ID, but I need that. I can get the cell's tile data. Let's see. I can get its terrain int, which doesn't help a lot. Well, actually, that might help a lot. Might help. That might help. Otherwise, what we can do is we can say has custom data. Can we get the custom data? Get custom data. Layer name string. Get custom data by layer ID. And that's a variant. That's probably what we want. So we can get the tile cell data. And then theoretically from that tile data, we can get something out of the custom layer. Get your custom data. For the given layer. Okay, yeah, this should work. This should work. We just got to decide how we want to encode this. I think I'll just use a vector 4. Why not? Vector 4i. So this one. How do I want to encode this anyway? I think I'm just going to do it in order. Northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. Which is a little unintuitive, but it's what I'm going to do. Oh, these are duplicates. Silly me. Oh, should I just use Atlas chords for this? Should I forget this whole thing? Maybe I should do that. That would be easier. These are duplicates. Let's pack this better. So this can be 0, 0. This can be... So this will be negative X. This will be positive X. This will be both negative X and positive X. I was wondering why this wasn't combining correctly for me. I was like, I feel like I understand how this should work, and it's not. So then this is negative Y. Okay, yeah, so we're just gonna use XY. This is super easy. Okay, great. Excellent. Let's get these out of the way here. Let's add a background layer. You can kind of see what I'm doing here. Yeah, because now we can do it independently again. We can do it component-wise, which is what we want. That's what we prefer. Beautiful. That's it. Now we can shrink this down here. Grids. We're all gridded up here. Beautiful. Save that. Turn the background off. Export that. Ship it. Thanks, Nix. Let's delete this whole thing. Make another one. No. Atlas ID 0. Texture. No padding. Easy. Now we just use the Atlas chords. The Atlas chords just map. So x1 is negative x, x2 is positive x, and then that means x3 is both negative x and positive x. So super easy encoding. I was trying to get too clever. Silly me. All right, so what we should do is we should put the basic version of the cabin in here, which I needed to move. Call this cottage placeholder. We need to cut it. Put it in the file, in the game files here. We don't even have a folder structure in this game yet. We may never. Which I will deeply regret if I decide to work on this game after the jam. I don't foresee that being a thing that I do, but who knows. We'll see what the response is. I'm very concerned that we're basically not making a game. We're just making a little diorama. But you know, could be worse. All right, so let's get the cabin in here and then we can just start painting. So like, we can just be like, here's one. So like these are all fully, Bernard needs to be beneath this. Actually, no, I guess I want the grid to render over everything else. The game is the the game is the friends we made along the way. Yeah. All right, hold on. I got to do something real quick for Adagon. We're just going to watch Bernard animations for a second. Got to export a file for him real quick. Export to would be the question. Where did it export to? Why do I have all these weird files in my download folder? How did that work? Where did that export to? Oh my god, why did it export there? It exported to my... I was wondering why I had a commit for one of my old jam games the other day. It's because Asprite is just pumping things into this file. Into this folder here. Oops. All right, sorry about that. Adagon, you might have added the ability to get high to your game. Incredible. I don't know what you're making, but incredible. All right, so we've got our little grid. What we want is to get our little placeholder cabin in there. It is not good. This is not good, but Getting it in there. I think I want to make a version of the cabin that's like a log cabin. I think that would be really cool. We'll see. Let's see. What am I trying to do? I guess I should make that a scene. Call it the cottage. Add a sprite. I'll add this texture. I guess we want... This is going to need to be multiple pieces. I'm going to need to break this up into facades and like have different Y sorts. Because our bear needs to pass into the cabin. So I'll put the facade on a different layer probably. But for now, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Do I think visual novels are a good way to get game making experience? I'm gonna try to avoid my bias here and not answer that. I'm not a visual novel person. That's not my cup of tea. But I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yum. It's a great way. I bet that's a pretty decent way to get into game dev, to like learn the ropes of stuff. There's some great tools like RenPy. All right, we're just gonna start by saying all tiles are walkable. So we'll need to set this whole grid here. Anything that you can see needs to be set here. So this is it. This is a pretty big, this is 21 tiles or something like that. That's fine. They match up pretty, oh, they don't totally match up with the corners. Why is that? All right, so now we need to put the cabin in here. The cottage, where did we want the cottage approximately? Like this? No, a little lower. Oi. There we go. Adagon, visual novels are very different from most other kinds of games in that they're constructed very differently. Yeah, I think so. You're really starting to reconsider your game career already. It's just pursue what you want. I mean, I think that's the most important thing in the current environment, is to just pursue the games that you're interested in. I'll put this here. Because that's the thing that's going to differentiate you, is your vision and like what makes your stuff unique. There's so much stuff people are making that you really need to distinguish yourself. And if that's what you want to do, if that's where your passion lies, I think there's nothing wrong with that. 10-10. Negative 1110. It's really kind of hard to see this a little bit. Okay, so we can get rid of... We should either add one more row or get rid of a row. We'll add one more row. Doesn't really matter. The vast majority of this is going to be cut off and inaccessible. So we can switch to this for most of this. So like all this is inaccessible. I should have done some coloring to distinguish them, but whatever, this is fine. It's kind of hurting my eyes though, looking at it. It'll help to see it this way when we've got more art on the field. So this whole area, pretty much everywhere at and behind the cabin is going to be inaccessible with a very specific exception, which is you want to be able to walk into and out of the cabin. So what we would do is we'd say, kind of want to make these tiles unwalkable. This is where a terrain set would actually help. Plugging in a terrain set would make it really easy for me to program this. But I'm not going to do it. So we want this tile here. So you'll notice these two arrows mean we can go into and out of the cabin from here, and that's it. The question is, where do we want Bernard? So if Bernard is like do-do-do, do-do-do-do, we want you to walk in front here because we can see this. So this is pretty much it. We want you to walk to like here, maybe. Walk in, go here, walk to like here, maybe. Turn, and then walk out to here. And then maybe stop. Where did I end up? Like here. And that'll be his walking into and out of the cabin deal. Is that in the cabin where I've placed? Yeah, it is. What game concept are you making? An RPG? No, it's an idle game. We're making an idle game based on Ropika's Idle Island, or in the spirit of Ropika's Idle Island, which is a little game about a frog that takes turns. It alternates between napping and cutting his lawn. And where the theme of the jam is gathering, so we're doing that, but with picking up little fruits and berries and stuff. Okay, so this is... So we paint the grid here. God, this burns my eyes. So this tile is... this. So once you're in this tile, all you can do is go back out. And this tile is forward and back. This tile is like this. This is a pretty neat approach to this. I think it's going to be nice. This is hurting my eyes too much. I'm going to change this to just be empty. Much better. You can actually see the pathfinding now. So you can see his little path into and out of his little cabin. How long has it been? We started yesterday. This is a 72-hour game jam. We gotta make it all from scratch in 3 days. I guess I should let him do this. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback. Always a bit scary doing a jam like this. There never seems to be enough time. All right, this should be nice. Ads coming up. I need to go get some water when they hit. Ad break after this, maybe I'll go to a snack. But I'm still chilling. I had a big breakfast. I've been having big breakfasts each morning. I've been walking down to my local little diner. Big breakfast, lots of coffee. You gotta try to stay active a little during these jams. Do something. Oh, this song is loud. Ad break? You mean snack break? Yeah, exactly. Just water for right now. I'm still pretty full from breakfast. I felt so lost yesterday when we were just working on the art. It's so not my strong suit. I don't know if we'll make it so you can walk around here. Maybe we will. How tall is Bernard? Because we don't really want him to walk off a screen. How tall are you, Bernard? Okay, so we can see him here. This is about where he would stand. All right, ad break, quick bio break, water, etc. I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Happy Saturday. All right, we back. Oops. All right, basic pathfinding little thing drawn out. Let's just finish that up. So we'll say you can stand here maybe. And we'll stop it here maybe. Oh, I'm gonna stop it here, so. All right, otherwise this is good. Yeah, cool. So yeah, we have a path grid. It's pretty simple right now. We'll add details as we add like things that you navigate around, like bushes and trees and stuff, or a pond. I'm thinking, so the northwest corner we have for the cabin. I'm thinking northeast corner is for like fruit trees. Southeast corner is for like a pond. And then southwest corner is like berry bushes and stuff. And I think that's all we're gonna do for right now. If we have time for other things, great. If not, no big deal. All right, right, that's path grid. Let me double check, remove the cottage. So you can kind of see all the ways you can't move around the cottage. And now what we need to do is just teach. Now we need to build a pathfinding grid out of this, which I haven't done for a while, but should be relatively straightforward. I think Bernard is pretty much always going to start here. Inside the cabin. So the first time you see him, he'll be wandering out of the cabin to go get some snacks. I do realize I need like a door painted here. And I need a little bit of thickness added to the windows, but this is just a placeholder, so I'm not going to worry about this right now. And I was thinking about doing a tile set for the environment, and then I realized I could just paint a single environment. Just a single static painted environment. And I think that's what we're going to do. We'll obviously paint the elements of it, like we'll have a fruit tree. And like a pond. All right, so what we need, we'll have the game, maybe we'll have the path grid build itself, add a script to it. So let's attach a script to this path grid script. Now we get to do some GD script, which, man, I don't do this very often. So let's get the docs out. So forget about tile set, forget about tile data, forget about tile set source. Actually, probably, I think I still need to remove the custom data layer. Yeah, there we go. Save. Not quite. I don't quite remember about the offset. Hey, Silas. How's it going? Been a minute. How are you doing? We're out here jamming this weekend. We can close this. We'll be opening Audacity plenty tomorrow. Do I have a separate window for Down to Jam? I do. Don't need that. You on break? Yeah, for sure. I hope all your IRL stuff is going all right. We're doing the Down to Jam game this weekend, or we're making a game for Down to Jam. 72-hour jam. We've got 1 day and 19 hours left. We just set up the pathfinding tile map, and now we need to use this to actually build a pathfinding grid so that our little character, Bernard, can wander around his little yard and pick up little stuffs. Pick up. Yoink. Pretty much all our efforts gone into our character art so far. Yeah, it's nice to work on something completely different. It's been really nice to do art. And to do something organic. Organic is not my strong suit. So I've been struggling a lot. I think tonight I'm going to have to do a lot of environmental art, and I know I'm going to struggle at it. All right, so for the tile map layer stuff, what we do is we can get cell atlas chords. So we can iterate, we can do something called get used cells, which will give us all of the cells in the, it basically gets us an array based on the rect. Actually, does this use a rect? Oh, the reason why we want to build this based off a rect is because of A-star grid 2D, which we might not use. We might use A-star 2D. In which case, I could actually delete a lot of the tiles that aren't on the edge. Let's see. What do we want to do? I like A-star grid 2D. It's a little easier. What I'm less sure about is we'll turn diagonal mode off. Is point solid? Turns true if a point is disabled for pathfinding. Oh, that's funny. If I do it this way, I don't actually need to know the Atlas coord. I actually kind of wasted time doing it this way. Because we would just mark all of the points solid. Maybe we use A-star 2D instead. Because A-star 2D, we can just build. What do we get back from this? I don't quite remember the point. Difference between A-star grid 2D and A-star 2D Godot. So the manual setup is the big thing. And we connect points. And we define the weight cost. I see. A-star grid 2D is pretty simple. I want to use A-star 2D because... Actually, does this have a diagonal mode? I guess it doesn't need a diagonal mode because we specify the points. ID. What's the ID? Get ID. Get point IDs. Add point. I think we'll do it this way, because while it is manual, we actually have all the information we need to do it manually because I bothered to encode this. And I think it provides us some flexibility. So I'm going to do this. It also means we can erase a bunch of this stuff. We can pretty much erase any blank tile. So this is our network. If we We can specify where the points are connected. Oh yeah, A-Star Grid 2D can't handle something like this. So we actually can't use A-Star 2 Grid 2D because you can see these points here, like this point and this point. They're adjacent, but they are not connected. Oops. A-Star Grid 2D actually can't do that. So I could fix that by just adding a buffer, but that's indicative of what could possibly be a larger problem that we should. And we already have the encoding here. Or not the encoding, but we already have the structure here so that we can support A-Star 2D. So we're just going to do that. We're going to build an A-Star 2D. So let's do it. So we'll say used to ligatures. What does this use? It uses a dash, right? Why don't I know where my dash is on my keyboard? There we go. I'm like, expression body, you just put an equal sign here. No. All right. So what we do is we say A-Star 2D equals new A-Star 2D. Think I can say that? Is that how we do it? Yeah. Wow. I have so little memory of GDScript syntax. But we're going to get through it. So we define our A-Star 2D. And what we're going to do is we are going to... We don't need to get used cells. What we want to do is we... Oh, no, we do want to get used cells. So we can say... variable used cells equals get used cells. Hey, Mr. Magoo, how's it going? It's all right. We're doing Down to Jam. We're making a 72-hour game jam game. We're making a little game about a bear gathering berries and stuff outside of his little forest cabin. It's going to be super cute. We're setting up the pathfinding system for him so Bernard can go get his stuff. How are you doing? All right, so we get the use cells, and then we say for each cell in used cells, we can say variable coords. We can say atlas coords equals cell dot. How do I do this? I can say cell is a vector 2i. Can I not specify the type of the cell? Whatever. So we need to say map to local, what we can do is we can say for each map coord, we can say local, say variable local coords equals map to local map coords to local. Should be fine since this is, oh, this has an offset. This should, let's not do this. Let's put this here and then just move the whole thing. I'm just gonna move this over here though. How do I do that? There's a way to do that. I've done it before. There we go. Oh, you're not in the right coordinate space anymore? How is that possible? Well, let's not do that then. You might as well just be here if you're going to be weird. We might need to convert these coordinates into global space at a certain point. Expend it, end a statement after expression found this instead. Do I not do that? So GD script for each loop look like? Oh, you just say for fruit in, okay. I get so confused. There's also no parentheses. So I can specify that this is a vector 2i though, right? Nope, I cannot. Or maybe I can. Yeah, okay, I can. So for each map coords in used cells, local coords, vector 2, map to local. So take the map coordinates, get the local coordinates out of them. Then what we need to do is we need to also get the atlas coords. So variable atlas coords, vector 2i. We need to get cell atlas coords based on the map coords. So we get the atlas coords, we get the local coords. And then what we can do is we can connect. So we need to do 2 passes, huh? Because we need to make all the points and then we need to connect them. Maybe we do a check to see if the point exists. Do you ever feel like you don't know what to do? Literally the entire time. Literally the whole time I'm doing anything. Mr. Magoo, you're making an OS from scratch? That is wild. Good luck with that. You're a regular old Jonathan Blow here. No, he hasn't made an OS. He's threatened to make an OS multiple times, but he hasn't done it yet. Yeah, that sounds crazy. All right, so we do this. We get our little thing. So, yeah, this is my question. Does this need to be 2 passes? So if get, I think what we can do is we can say get point. We can say has point. Oh, we need to get the ID first. So how do I get the ID? I could say get available point ID. I could say get point position. How do I find a point when all I know is the coordinate? That's a conundrum. It looks like I need to make these. Yeah, I literally can't get an ID from a coordinate. So it looks like I need to go through once, make all of the points. But then how do I find... I can get the point position. Only if I know the ID. How in the heck am I going to do this? I guess I need to make a dictionary as I'm going along. That's mapped to the... probably the map coord. We take the map coordinate and we assign it an ID. And if that coordinate doesn't already have an ID, then it hasn't been created yet. I guess we do that. Variable map to ID. Do we need to keep this, or can I make this a thing, just a thing that's in ready? Let's keep it around. We might need it. So variable map to ID is going to be a dictionary. We have type dictionaries now, right? What's the syntax for a type dictionary? I bet the docs aren't updated. Oh, I can specify the key type, the key class name, the key script, value class name. I don't like the amount that I ask Gemini questions like this. Syntax for creating typed dictionary GD script. Oh, it's super straightforward. Great. You may try to port Unity if you get to it. Whoa. What does that mean? Like port Unity to work in your OS? That'd be crazy. Port Godot instead. Save yourself some pain. Port a good engine. So the key is going to be a vector 2i, and the it's just an int. Yeah, there we go. I just make a new dictionary. I don't know if I need to do this to like initialize the dictionary, but I'm going to do it. You only know Unity, you use it for all your games and simulations. All right, fair enough. I used Unity for 15 years around there, and I've switched to Godot like a couple of years ago, and I'm never looking back. I also only do 2D games, really. I've made a 3D game in Godot, but generally I'm like a 2D guy. My thinking is two-dimensional. All right, so I've got our map to ID. What we can do is we get our coordinates. So we go through
Most
every...
illogical.
Indeed. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say if map to ID dot has map to ID has map coords. I guess we could say if not map to ID. Then we can say map to ID You can't wait to port all of the C libraries. You don't see anyone using Godot for European Space Agency submissions? I don't know. I know a literal rocket engineer who is building ground control interfaces using Godot. So the only thing limiting you, you know, is yourself. To be fair, he's making ground control software in Godot. I don't think you'd ever use Godot, you know, for the actual rockets. But... all right, what we're gonna do, we're gonna say a*2d.get available point ID. And then here we'll say variable ID int equals map to ID map coords. Look at our like safely typed GD script. Makes you feel good. I love making the little numbered lines on the side turn green. It's a fun game for me. So if we don't have these coordinates in our map yet, we will add them to the map with the next available point ID. This way we can do the whole thing in one pass. Ground control to Major Tom. Can you read me? Am I self-taught? Yes. I have 0 formal training. Just a lifetime of failure. Which is the best training of all. I like the whole idea that success is just a resistance to like failure or something like that. I don't remember. The house always wins, Mr. Magoo. All right, so we get our ID. And then what we need to do, we need to start connecting up the path system. So what we can do... so what we do need to do is we need to calculate our neighbors. So do we do like a match? We probably just do this as a match. Is there a ternary operator in GDScript? Probably not, right? Is there a ternary operator? Okay. Oh, so I can say value if true, else value. Okay, we can say that. How do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? Use Arch, by the way. I'm doing something like converting a disk cylinder, sector, and head to LBA. Oh, you're telling me. I've never gotten into Linux. I have some old PCs that are going to hit their end of life next year because I'm not going to update them to Windows 11. I'm thinking of turning at least one of them into a Linux server of some kind. I'm not quite sure what I would do with it. If you were making 2D, you would use Godot, I suppose. That is the correct supposition because for at least pixel art 2D, I don't think there's anything else. I mean, Game Maker is probably fine, but I love Godot's pixel art 2D support. All right, so here's our encoding. So we just have a simple encoding where if let's just do this as stupidly as possible. We can say -x bool equals true if oh, we need the position variable position. Hold on. We need to go through all our neighbors is the thing. No, we need to get our own. So map to ID. We have our map coordinate. We have our atlas coordinate. Okay, so no, we need to go through. We need to say so -x is true if atlas coords dot x is equal to 1 or atlas coords dot x is equal to 3. Else false. Can we just do it like this? Do we really care? Also, I don't think it's the x. Oh no, it is the x. And we can say -y the same thing. We can say bool equals true if atlas coords dot y is equal to 1 or atlas coords dot y is equal to 3. Else false. Mr. Magoo with the subscribe. I just beamed you up. I hope you're ready. There's no going back now. It's like full Galaxy Quest in here. You're beamed up. You're not getting out of here now. There's probably a more elegant way to do this, but I cannot be bothered. This is kind of one thing I like about jams. You can really just hack your way through them. It's also kind of why a lot of people just don't ever try to continue the development of the jam. If you do, you kind of need to start over. I really appreciate the sub. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Magoo. All right, so we're determining, so these bools determine which connections we need to make. We can say if -x. Actually, we don't really need to define these bools. We could just say, we could just have this. If atlas coords dot x is 1 or 3. We don't really need to define the stuff. And then what we would do here is we would say so now what we need to do, so if this is true, what we need to do, we need to check to see if a coordinate, we need to define a coordinate. We need to say variable -x. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do this. So we're not going to use... We're not going to use those precious variable names for that. So negative x is going to be atlas, not atlas chords, map chords. Vector 2i, map chords dot x minus 1, map chords dot y. So we define our neighbor. We ask, we need to continue to do this thing where we see, we can call this negative x chords. So if that's not there, then we plug it in. And then we can get variable negative x ID equals map to ID negative x rewards. All right, you guys are talking about servers. I will let you continue with trying to chime in. I definitely feel better about the stuff we're working on today than I did yesterday. I was so lost trying to do the art stuff. I'd love to hear about the stuff you're working on, Mr. Magoo. I don't know if you're in the Discord or not, but if you aren't, I'd love to hear about some of the stuff you're working on. It sounds really cool. OS stuff sounds fascinating. I wish I was more technically literate. People presume that a game developer has some idea how computers work, and that is mostly not true in my experience. At least for me. If you have a comp sci degree, you probably know, but I don't. And I think a lot of people nowadays don't. Mr. Magoo, you just learned how to make branches and connect and pull and push from VS Code over a remote connection. Ooh, that's pretty cool. I think I can do some of that stuff through Writer, but I definitely have not set up Writer to do it, which is a bit of a shame. All right, so this is our pattern. We determine if we need to make a particular connection based on our Atlas coords, which encodes that logic. And then we calculate the neighbor coordinate based on our mapped coordinates. And then we get the ID. And then what we need to do is to get the negative x local. We should probably call this negative x map. And then what we can do is we can say variable negative x local. We might need global coordinates here. Unless the forest has the exact same parent. It does not, but I think I want it to. I'm going to put the forest node at the same origin as the path node. So that seems good. So you are going to go to 0. You are going to go 0. You, I'm going to try to fix. So you should probably be like negative 80 and negative 50. I don't remember where you were, Bernard. I'll leave you out here. You're cute. Bernard. Oh. Did we mess something up? No. Cottage just isn't in the right spot. So yes, we did, but Should be easy to fix. There we go. Did I use the wrong coordinate? 160 by 90? That's correct, right? Are you not 160 by 90? No, you are. Okay. Now we should be able to continue using the local coordinates of the path grid because they should be the same. Since the path grid and the forest have the same. Okay, so I just wanted to skip the step of having to get the global coordinate. You like the little house? It's a placeholder, but I do think proportionally this is what we're going to use. I want to make a version of it that's like using wooden boards, but I also want to make a version of it that uses that's like a log cabin. As maybe an upgrade. That's like maybe a stretch goal. But we'll stick with this for now. Thanks. Thanks, Magoo. You made a wallpaper? Oh. WW86, hi, what are you making? We're making a little idle game based on this cute little bear character, little Bernard here, who is gonna wander around their little cabin, picking up stuff. We're encoding the pathfinding grid right now. We're doing a little idle gathering game based around Ropika's Idle Island. It's a little game about a frog who takes turns between napping and cutting the grass in their little yard. We're going to do something similar. We're doing this as part of the Down to Jam game jam, which is running from the 5th through the 8th. To the 8th, I guess. Not through, depending on your time zone. The theme is gathering, so we thought it would be cute to do a little gathering game. But how are you doing, WW86? Happy Saturday. All right, so let's map to local. -x map. Should I have written this a little differently? Should I have written this like -x map? Yeah, probably. I'm not used to snake case, man. I'm not used to anything about GDScript. All right, so we get the local coordinates. And then what we can do is we can connect these points now. And that's kind of the process here. It's getting late. You're going to hop. No, we're going to finish this one. We didn't finish our last game jam, so we're going to do this one. You can check back in. Or don't. We'll post about it in the Discord. Take it easy, Mr. Magoo. You like the snake case as well? I love snake case. Most of our main project is coded in C#. So I usually use C# standards. And I tend not to use my own standards, which I probably could. See you next stream? All right. I'll see you tomorrow then. We're doing this again tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be sound day. So we're going to make the music, sound effects. That's always fun. I love doing the Foley art for these games. I do it all analog because I have 0 digital music skills, which I need to get. I need to get good at. Next jam. Next jam, I'm going to learn how to use synthesizers. We'll just make a synthesizer game. All right, so this is our pattern. This should work. Let's double check it because if it works, I'm going to spam it for the other 3 cases. And then we'll just do this as a loop. So if atlascoords.x is 1 or atlascoords.x is 3, then we need to connect our negative neighbor to us. Now, technically, we only need to connect ourselves to our neighbor. So I think that's what we should do. Because then our neighbor can connect themselves to us. So let's do that. Let me make sure I understand how to do that here. So we'll say, are our point connections bidirectional? Bidirectional bool equals true. Okay, so we could have non-bidirectional. So we can do a quick check here. Connect points. Creates a segment between the given points. If bidirectional is false, only movement from ID to ID is allowed. Okay, so we should just do this as bidirectional connections. So that's easy. So once we get the ID, we can actually do that check. Rikia, is any of your games on Steam or going to be? No, we're not on Steam yet. I'm actually thinking about my first Steam release. I think it's gonna also be an idle game. I think it's gonna be sci-fi, and it's gonna be based on our tile, on our big sci-fi block editor, Digital Iliad style kind of thing here. All the tools we're using for Digital Iliad, which is the main game. I think I'm gonna use those tools to make like a Firefly style little idle game where you start with a big empty cargo ship and you fill it up with crew and decorations and stuff, and do a little idle game like that. I really want to do something like that. This jam was kind of my excuse to get some experience doing an idle game, because I think that'll be our first Steam release that I'm gunning for. Hey, Seracia. How's your jam going? I say your jam. We're doing the same jam, I think. Sponia, how is SFX made? Do some people just start banging pots together or something? Or is it almost always synthesized? I'd say it's more common to do it synthesized nowadays, and there's actually some popular tools for generating sound effects. I'm just kind of a troglodyte. I'm more trained on like analog music and stuff, so that's kind of just what I do. But I really enjoy Foley art. When we did our sailing ship game, I got to do all these sounds of the ocean and stuff like that. I really enjoyed that. All right, so before we do the local variable calculation, we can do a check. We can say if not a star 2D dot our points connected. So that's our ID. And that's our negative X ID. So if they aren't connected, then we'll do the connection. And so we'll say A star 2D dot connect points ID negative X ID. Actually, do we need the local coordinates? I guess we don't. Oh, we do if we are... Hold on, I did this wrong. We actually have to make the point. Hold on, let's do this. You can say a star 2D dot create dot add point. We need to say we can do this. We can say variable new ID equals this. So we can get our ID. New ID. It's good. You're doing a Black Friday theme and Mark's helping with the pixel art. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, he did say he wanted to do that. You want to do some pixel art. That's great. I had to decline because I'm doing the solo category. New ID position is local coords. Do we actually need the local coords? I think we only need them in this case. We can actually move this part down here. So if we haven't mapped this ID yet, that means we need to add it to a star. And then map it, obviously. song is super creepy. I don't know if I like this. Okay, so we just need to do this. So if... Does has check the key or the val? It obviously has to check the key, right? Yeah. Can I have another variable here named new ID? Or are you going to be upset? I think I'm going to just declare this here. I might need this. There's too many cases in which we need this. Music's getting dramatic. Just call this new ID. I don't like the beat. No, they're just local coordinates. Okay, cool. So if we don't have, so we haven't created that point, we create the point. And we get the point. All right, so this should work. So we get the point, we get the ID. And then if these points aren't connected, we just connect the points. And we need to specify that bidirectional is true. Oh, is bidirectional true by default? Bidirectional bool equals true. Beautiful. All right, easy. And then we just duplicate that for each. So we can just do this again. Do I want to get a snack now or do I want to wait till the next ad break? I think I'm going to wait one more ad break and then get a snack. I'm not quite hungry yet. Yeah, I'd like to finish this pathfinding stuff before we take a snack break. All right, so these are the negatives. Redo this for the positives. So this is positive. Means it's +1. All right, so this builds our pathfinding network using the encoding from the tile map. So I guess we try to run it and see what happens. We try to run it and then we try to inspect the remote tree. Select game scene. Pause. Remote tree, game, path grid, your map to ID. I don't love this. What is... I don't love the way that displays that. Whatever. But it's got a dictionary. It's got coordinates encoded here. It's got a bunch of coordinates encoded here. We got an A-star object. Can I not inspect the A-star object at all? I guess not. I guess the only thing to do is to run it or to try to use it for something. All right, so I guess Bernard is just gonna manage their state, and then we'll have to maintain like a list of like pickables along with like the tiles they're in, I guess. So I guess we'll put the pickables in a tile. This map to ID thing is going to be super critical, I'm seeing now. I'm just going to rename this path. I'm going to name it, I don't even name it path grid. Yeah, whatever, path grid's fine. I'm going to need to give this a class name then if I want to access this map from inside there. Say class name path grid. So now I can access path grid stats. Like we'll need that to talk to the A-star anyway. I guess Bernard is going to need an export. I'm going to need to tell Bernard where they are. We can have a vector we can have a variable. We can have a tile map position. A vector 2i. Probably be an export variable. I don't remember how I do that. I just do like that. This. So your tile map position, Bernard, is going to be move you into your spot where you start. We'll call this the home. We'll have a home tile. What we'll do is we'll have a home tile. Home tile. This is where Bernard goes home. I sound tired. That's how this goes. Which is why I'm only streaming about half of my time working on this. This is very much a marathon. An endurance test as much as anything else. All right, so your home tile is -6.2. Cool. So we'll plug that in. -6.2. I think we'll do a thing where we just try to set him off. Set him off on his way. We'll have like a timer. No, maybe once process. Maybe on your very first process function, we'll say, we'll just do some tests. I want to test to see if we can navigate this little guy. So we've got your home tile. I don't know if you have anything you need to do in ready, but we'll have a ready function. Pass. Func. Process. We get a delta time from this, right? I cannot. I keep trying to do an expression body when I'm making an arrow. This is it, right? Say variable bool. Say variable pathing. I'd like to call this lumbering. We'll say walking. Bool. Or I don't know. Pathing is fine, I guess. Starts as false. Of course it does. We can say if not. So now I need to remember how to use A star. As far as managing the paths. Description. A star 3D has the thorough explanation of how to use it. No, it doesn't. So what we do is we get a path. We can get a point path or we can get an ID path. Probably just want to get a point path. Actually, an ID path is not a bad idea. Do we want an ID to map dictionary as well? Because then we can take the ID from the path, find the tile position. Point path should be fine. You have to learn it for the first time. If you can get away with it, use A star grid 2D. It's a little easier. We can't get away with it. We also put in some work that made it more favorable to do it this way, but turns an array with the points that are in the path found by A star 2D. That's the other problem with doing all of this on stream is I can't just go watch a tutorial. I mean, I shouldn't, but I can't. So what we do is we need to go from ID to ID. We're not going to bother with partial paths. Not thread safe. So we're going to get an array. So if we're not pathing, we're going to get a path. We'll follow that path. Hey, Void Blit. We will follow that path. up until the penultimate. Because we never want to get to, so we're going to path to a tile, but we never want to end up at that last tile. Because that last tile is where our target is. And for like the picking, we don't want to be in that tile. We want to be next to that tile. At least I hope that's how that works. Because like if Bernard is here... Well, if Bernard is leaning over to pick something up, he's going to pick up into the next tile in front of him. That's the idea. So yeah, we always want to path up to the... So what we're going to just do... We're going to just hack this for now, and we're going to say if not pathing, we'll just have a function. Func find path. I won't worry about the... Oh, we do need a target, so we need to pick a target position. Find path, target position, target tile. Oh, we could just say target. We could say vector 2i. We want our target to be in mapped coordinates. We could just say goal tile. Goal tile. Are you making a game about Goldilocks and the Three Bears? No, we're making a little gathering game that's a little idle game about a bear picking berries outside of his cabin. We're doing it for the Down to Jam Game Jam, which is this weekend. The theme is gathering, so we're making a little game about a bear gathering berries and stuff. I say game, we might not end up with a game. We might end up with some kind of diorama, because we're doing like a Ropica's Idle Island thing, because I really wanted to try making an idle game, which is a game about a frog that just goes between sleeping and like gathering stuff around his cabin. Let's just say vector 2i 0 0 as well as pathing equals true. I just want to see if the pathing thing works. Are you going to add in random stuff, the bear says? You think that's kind of a big thing for idle games, especially chill ones like this? We will try. We will try. Again, the likelihood that we get all the way to an idle game is very low. Very low. Like, the problem for me is not writing dialogue for the bear to say. The problem for me would be making the dialogue box menu system. All right, so what we're going to do here... We need this to be a unique... So path grid is going to be unique, which is fair. No, it's just cached, so we should be able to just use it. So if we find a path, so what we need is our... So we'll make a point path, variable point path, packed vector to array. So we'll say point path equals path grid dot a star 2d dot get point path. I might actually put this in here. Variable. We could say at on ready. Oh, we do that last. We say at on ready variable path grid equals parentheses path grid. I want to declare it so that it's complete thing works. Yeah, because now it's code complete thing works. We want to get a point path. So from ID to ID. So we need to get an ID. So we need to say from ID is let's just do it like this. Yeah, Nick. So the problem is not a system to pick or even writing the voice lines. It's like you need a whole UI system to display it. You probably need a 9-slice UI system to display the dialog boxes, which we need to make a UI box. Like we have to make a UI box if we're going to include the menu with like the upgrades. And if we do that, then maybe we can record some stuff. I don't mean to sound short. It's just there is not a lot of time and a lot of things to do. Just hard code everything. We are hard coding everything. That still doesn't mean you have to you still need to come up with a UI control-based UI system. Which I hate control nodes. I hate them so much. Look at your previous comment. No. Yeah, the floating text. Yeah. We are hard coding everything. We're definitely doing it. Variable. We're gonna that's gonna be a thing of like if we have time Sunday night and I don't have anything else to do. Why do I hate them? I just hate control nodes. I have no articulate reason for it. I don't like them. I would rather just fake it. We might even do a fake UI with like sprites and stuff. I don't like them. I've seen people make entire games using just control nodes. They have a completely different lineage. So Node 2D and Control have no real common ancestor in that their parents don't have the concept of space and positions in space. So Node 2Ds and Control nodes always have some fundamental conflict about how they think about space and points in space, and they don't relate to each other at all. And it makes it so annoying. Like if I was using just control nodes, I might be okay, or using just Node 2Ds. I hate the combination of them. Using them together is really hard to do well. Like making just a menu by itself, whatever. But building a control-based UI that is in the game and like positioned around things on the screen is hard. It's hard, it's annoying, and there's a lot of edge cases. But that's just me. All right, so we need to get our ID. So our tile ID is pathgrid.a*. You wish Node 2D worked like control nodes? I don't. I mean, I wish they had a common ancestor so they both had the same opinion about how space worked, but I'd prefer if control nodes just... I don't like UI. I don't like resolution independent UI stuff that's really annoying to me. But that's also because I do pixel art, and pixel art just has a defined viewport. I don't have like a flexible viewport that I need to deal with. I have a defined, statically sized viewport that doesn't change. And I don't need to like redraw my UI as people are like dragging the window bigger and smaller and stuff. I hate that shit. Yeah, so you want Node 2D to work like that. I do not. I hate that. But I'm also not trying to make a mobile game or whatever, so like I'm not really of the opinion that people need to be able to resize their windows. I mean, you can resize the window, but the viewport should scale very, very specifically and retain its aspect ratio. I do not allow aspect ratio breaking resizes, screen resizes. So I don't need control nodes. Like, I think you only really need a control node if the aspect ratio is changing. Or the resolution is, you know, not always the same. All right, I'm getting distracted. Get ID. How do I get an ID from a point? Oh, I can just do the map. Never mind, I can just do our map to ID. And I can plug in our home tile. Goal tile, we can start... Actually, what we can do is we can say current tile equals home tile. At onReady variable cur tile vector 2i equals home tile. And then what we can do is we can say current tile. So you map from your current tile to the goal. We can say current tile ID. We can say goal tile ID. The UI being different pixel size in the game world. Yeah, exactly, Void. That's insane to me. Like, I understand for accessibility reasons why you want to do that. But when you're doing pixel art, that like violates so many things. So many aesthetic values that I have. Like, you should put something in like that as like, if you're making a production game, you should put accessibility features that allow you to scale the UI separately from the game, but like map to ID, goal tile. So we get our current tile ID, we get our goal tile ID. Your void. Actually, here we could say point path equals void path, and we could say packed. We'll call this get point path. Arguably, this could be written in the path grid code, but I don't care. Actually, it probably should be part of the path grid code. Oh, we already have a get point path function, don't we? Get point path. Yeah, okay. Never mind. So from current tile ID to goal tile ID. This returns a packed vector 2 array. I gotta say return. Actually, we could just return this. Map to ID is not a function. Oh, it's not a function. It's a dictionary. All right. And then what we should do here is we should have another function called follow. ABCDFG. Let me put it above this one. We need another function called follow point path. We call it just move along path. I know I said I was tired of doing art from yesterday. It's going to be nice when I get to do some art tonight. My brain is broken from coding this. So all we really need to do mechanically is we need a locomoting pathfinding thing. We need a state machine that governs Bernard's behavior. And we need a little time-based thing that just spawns pickables and maintains a list of pickables that Bernard has access to. So move along path. We need a variable called current point, which is an int. -1. Next, not gonna lie, having like apple trees drop apples down onto the ground sounds like a good idea. That's what we're gonna do. I don't know how quote unquote animated it's gonna be, but we'll probably just spawn an apple at like markers on a tree, have the apples move until they've reached like the ground, the point that they're supposed to reach on the ground, some marker on the ground. Actually, it's an isometric game, so they could fall a static amount. So they'll just drift down some distance and land on the ground and then become pickable. So yeah, we're definitely gonna have like an apple tree or something, some kind of fruit tree. Maybe adding in some kind of stat that increases when Mr. Bear picks up fruit. No, Mr. Bear will gain a currency. And then in an idle game, you can either spend that currency on making the bear better. So like you could increase the bear's stamina, or you could increase the speed at which pickables spawn. Like you could say like, make the berry bush spawn berries quicker. Or you could say, make the bear have more stamina so he can do more stuff before he goes to sleep. And then you have an alternative currency that's like the currency you use to unlock stuff. We could even just have one currency in this game. We probably will. So you can either spend your currency to like unlock quote unquote skins. So maybe we'll give the bear an outfit if we have time, or we'll have like a different version of his cabin that you can unlock. So you either spend the currency to just make the bear quicker at getting stuff, or you spend the currency on like variety, on like visual variety. Spell Singer Games raiding with a party of 13. Raid alert, everybody. Hey, Spell Singer Games, how's it going? Welcome in. What have you been up to? Master Nefrit, hello. How's it going? Demon Dark. How are y'all doing? We are jamming. We are participating in Down to Jam this weekend, September 5th through 8th. The theme is Gathering. We've got a little less than 2 days left in the jam. Theme is gathering, so we're making a little idle game based on Ropika's Idle Island, a game about a little frog that alternates between taking naps and cutting its lawn. We're going to do a version of that with a little bear that alternates between taking naps and like collecting berries and stuff from around his little forest. The only thing that's done so far, well, besides the pathfinding tile map, is the bear themselves. So we've got our cute little bear, Bernard, who can walk around. I mean, berries. Oh my god, Nix. I'm dead. He can walk around, he can pick stuff up. That's pretty much all he does, is he walks around and he picks stuff up. Everything in the jam has to be made from scratch. So we made this guy last night. And now we're trying to set him up so that he can walk around the area. Game looks really cute. Thank you, Nefrit. How was the stream? What are you up to, Spellsinger? You're not jamming, are you? Yeah, super cute little bear. Right now we've got his a little placeholder for the cottage that we'll swap out. But he's basically starts inside his cottage. We've got a little tile map here that represents the pathfinding capabilities. And so he wanders out of his cabin, picks up anything he can pick up, then wanders back into his cabin when he's run out of stamina and takes a nap. And then we repeat that. We jammed 2 years ago, and now you're still developing that game? Hell yes. What game? 2 years ago. What would have that been? Like a LD54 or something? Something else? What am I working on? Oh yeah, right now, so we've configured, so we've got the configuration of the path network. Theoretically, we haven't tested it. Theoretically, the path network is being generated based off of the tile set data that we have here. There are little arrows to describe which tiles you can get to from another tile. So we just use the atlas coords of the tile itself to determine the connection data. Show Bear. Bernard. Yeah, here's Bernard. What up, bad cop? I'm picking stuff up. He is moving. I know. I have these 1 pixel walk animations. It's a 3-frame 1 pixel walk animation. It's like I feel like normally this would be inexcusable, but it kind of just works for him. We're having fun. And he's also got a little picking stuff up animation. Yeah, I was saying we just finished the setting up the tile set. If you didn't run Spellsinger, I would love a link to the game you're working on. I'd love to check it out. If not, no worries. I'll have to check out. I'll have to see what you're doing. I'm gonna get heat with that follow. Give you the shout out here. Thanks for the raid. Twitch split it, like it cuts off your name and it says Raider from Spellsinger Gar. It's funny. All right, so now we're gonna have this move along path function. All right, so what we need to do, we need to figure out if we've reached the current point. The current point should just be a vector 2, I guess. We could probably have a variable, a current index. It's an int. I don't do a lot of GD scripts, so I kind of struggle the whole way through with this. So what we're going to do, so we get our point path. So if we're not pathing, we do that. And then what we need to do is we need to move along path. Or I guess what we should do here is we should say, we should try to figure out where we're at in the path. So our position is our global position. I kind of want our local position. Our position is our local position, isn't it? Yeah. Is there an approximately function? Like for comparing two vectors? I don't want to mess this up by is equal approx. Okay, great. So we can say if position dot is equal approx to current point, then what we'll do is we'll increment our goal and so what we need to do is then we need to say isn't current index equal to point path dot. Do I have access to the length? I must, right? Size? -2, because we don't want to reach the end. We want to reach the penultimate. We never want to reach the tile that's at the end of the path because that's where the target of our pick is, and we always want to lean over to the next tile. So we always want to stop one short. So I think we can say that. Actually, we could say, yeah, we could say this, or we could say, yeah, I want to see if we've reached the end. If we've reached the end, actually, if we reach the end, let's just not do anything because this is just a test. So what we're going to say is if current index is less than point path dot size -2, because point path dot size -1 is the final index. Yeah. Then what we can do is we can say current index plus plus. Can I not plus plus a current? Do I not know what that is? Current index plus equal 1. Okay, no plus plus. And then what we do, so we can increment this. We can increment this and we can move along path. I'm just going to put a move along path thing here. We'll use this as our locomotion. So move along path. The way we're going to move this little guy. I can just move him towards. Is there some kind of... What is our move functions? Move toward? Well, is there a vector 2 version of move toward? Let's look at the docs. Again, I use GDScript so rarely. I have to look up every single thing that I want to do. Let's look at some stuff about moving. I don't want anything about... I just want to move. Physics and movement, 2D movement. I just want to move this little guy. Which should be just moving our vector towards the other thing. Let's look at click and move. That's close to what we probably want to do. Move it. Can we just use move and slide? So we just, what, set it? No, I don't want to do this with physics. That's stupid. Yeah, I don't want to do this with physics. What happened to click and move? Here we go. Oh, that uses physics. Great. Just gonna look at our move options here. This is with physics. Don't make me ask Gemini. I swear to God, I will ask Gemini how to do this. There's like a... should I just move to the vector towards our goal or something? Just move position. Move toward. Vector 2. Vector 2 has a move towards, so maybe we just do that. Yeah, whatever. That's what we're going to do. We're going to say position equals position dot move toward. And so what we'll do is we'll say point path. Actually, we want to say current index plus equals 1, and then we want to say current point equals point. Doesn't this get unbearable for me? Me? I don't know. You just kind of figure it out eventually. I mean, I'd be better at it if I used this more, but right now our simulation unbearable. Oh my God, did you say this just to say that? Most of the time I spend right now is in our simulation layer, which does not touch Godot. So I use this stuff so rarely that I have to like relearn it every single time we do it. So current point, so when we get our path, point path equals that, and then we're gonna say current index equals 0, and we're going to say current point equals point path 0. We can just say current index. Do I need to parenthetically limit this here? Oh, is that a function? Not a property? Okay. We're doing it this way so that when they reach their goal, they just kind of stop. But it's also robust enough that it's like we're not worried about it. We'll have a state machine that's managing these transitions. The most important thing when you're doing stuff like this on a time limit is like if you're trying an approach and like you don't get traction, you just have to try a different approach. Like I've gotten stuck on trying to do certain things certain ways and wasted hours. And in a jam, you don't have hours. So we're moving towards current point. I guess we should call it next point. I don't know. Whatever. Let's say next point. The current index gives us the next point. Skywalkie, bear witness, even though you were barely there. You just arrived from a barbecue, ate some burgers. Time to relax, open a bear. Oh my god. Get out. We're just gonna go by Delta time for now. Oh, is it just called Delta, not Delta time? Oh, we need to pass in Delta. Oh, we need to do this in physics process. So maybe it's fine if we do this with physics. Because I realized we need to do this in physics process, or our bear will move at different speeds on different computers. So maybe it would be okay to do like a move and slide. We just like set the direction and do like a move and slide thing. But we'll start with this because this is easy. All right, let's see what happens. We're probably going to crash. Yep. So we obviously can't get the point. Out of bounds in get index 0 on base packed vector 2 array. Are we not getting anything back? I mean, obviously we're not. Packed vector array size 0. Oh. Duh. Dodoy. Path grid dot a star 2d. Whoa. A star 2d dot get point path. How many arguments do you want for this? Oh no, this is our point path function. This is our point path function. From current tile ID, current tile ID, current tile, home tile. Maybe I don't know what the current tile ID is. Oh no, I'm getting that here. Pathgrid.map to ID, current tile. Current tile. Current tile starts as home tile. Goal tile. We pass in goal tile. Goal tile is... Oh, I need to define a goal tile. Oh no, goal tile is just 0, 0. Actually, 0, 0 might not be in the network. Should be though, but it might not be. Oh yeah, it's here. 0, 0 is here. -6, 2. Okay, so we're not getting a point path back. I can just index into this, right? Do I have to call get? Operator, index, and yeah, no, that should work. Okay. Okay. I think we need to scrutinize the path grid system a little bit, because the path grid system's not giving us a path back, is what seems to be happening here. We got an ad coming up. I'm gonna take a quick snack break when that ad comes up. Probably figure out this bug. Path point. Point path. Packed vector 2 array equals get point path. Return path grid.a*.get point path. This returns. So maybe this didn't succeed. Because what we're doing is getting a 0. Big fat 0 here. Okay, so it looks like we are building the system correctly, which is good, because that was something I didn't want to have to debug. But it looks like we are mapping, or we're at least mapping. What we should do is ask print path grid dot has or connected points, something like that. Point has point. I don't know. Oh, has grid dot a star 2D has point cur tile ID. Let's make sure that this is true. True. Okay. So yeah, it seems like we're building it correctly. We're just not using it correctly, which is good. Or not good, but it's that's the preferable problem. All right, we're going into an ad. I'm gonna go get some snack. We've been live for about 4 hours here, and I'm starting to get a little peckish. So I'll probably be back in about 5 minutes. If you're also jamming or working on stuff today, great work so far. You got this. If you're just hanging out, thanks for hanging out. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Got a nice little meal here of bread, cheese, and grapes. Should tide me over till dinner, till a late dinner. How's everyone doing? All right, so what we need to do, so we're failing because our get point path, we aren't getting anything. Should I just define a variable? Can't I just say return? They're passed by reference, so this should just work, right? But when I get it back, I don't get anything. There's possible that there is no path between the two. I guess we should check that. Print path grid dot a star 2D dot are points connected? Because if they're not connected, then that's the problem right there. Ira Pandas, how's it coming along so far? Okay. Last night we made our character. We finished all of the character animations for Bernard here. He can pick stuff up, and he can walk around in 4 directions. So in line with the tile map. This was fun. Never done anything like this before. Hard, but fun. We probably spent 4 or 5 hours on this. On all these little animations. And then what we did is we made a tile set that describes which directions are accessible from which tiles. And we've plugged that in. So we've got our little cabin. So Bernard's in the cabin. He's got this little path that's laid out. So these are the paths that he can take around here. We're just trying to test path and it's not working, so we're just hunting a bug with that. But otherwise we're doing okay. Happy Saturday. A lot of art's gonna need to be made tonight. But I'd like to get the game mechanic stuff done first. I would like to have my bear go back and forth from their cabin to just picking stuff from around. So we'll need to get the pathing work, and then we need a little state machine, and then we need a little spawning system that will spawn little pickables around that he can pick. So pretty straightforward mechanically. It's really just content. We just need to make so much content. So we're trying to just power through this part. I just got a snack, so if I'm a little quiet, it's because I'm eating a snack and trying to not, munch in everyone's ears here. Ah, here's our problem. There's no path here. Okay. That explains some things. What if? So this point is not connected to this point, which is interesting. Goal tile ID, path grid map to ID, goal tile. Goal tile. I should probably just initialize the goal tile. I don't know if we have a goal tile. Oh, we're trying to get to path 0.00, which exists. Point path equals get point path vector 2i 0, 0. So 0, 0 should be connected because 0, 0 is just like here-ish. Or here-ish. It's this tile. This tile should be very connected. So that's concerning. Oh, are we not establishing the connection if the tile already exists? Maybe. What I should do is I should print connections. Let's double check this. I wrote this and we never tested it, really. So we operate on every set of coordinates in used cells. So that's good. And then if the map to ID doesn't have this coordinates, we get our local coordinates, we get an available ID, we add that point, we map that point to the new ID. We get that ID either way. So we either just straight up get the ID or we create the ID and map it. We get our atlas coords, which determines what we're doing here. If atlas coords.x is equal to 1 or 3, blah, blah, blah. We get our neighbor. We get the local of the neighbor. If we don't have this, so yeah, if not a star.2d.rPoints connected ID negative xid, then connect those points. Huh. So there's something wrong here. I have the axes mixed up. I'm so dumb. I flipped the axes in this. Oh my god. Alright, that's easy to fix. Oop. Oh, I hope that's the problem, because if it's not, I have no idea. So we just need to flip all of these. I wasn't using diamond down, which is my preferred one, so I don't know how I couldn't be using diamond down, but are these the same at least? These should all be the same, right? No. They're all flipped around. This one's right. Oops. Flipped. Flipped. Oopsies. this one's wrong. Really hope this is the problem. Problem is I have to repaint this thing now. But that's okay. That wasn't that hard. I'm gonna eat a little piece of bread and cheese. Steal my nerves here. He's going. He's doing something. It still said that these points weren't connected, which is concerning. He made it. He just did it. He just did the thing. He's getting there. And then he stopped. At the fourth tile from the corner. which is that 0, 0? No, he stopped at 1, 0. He stopped 1 before. Zang. It still reports that the points aren't connected. It's probably because our points connected only reports if 2 points are connected directly next to each other. All right, we did it. That's exciting. We got him moving. We got him pathing and we got him moving. So he'll come out of his little house like this. He'll come to his little window. He'll turn. He's sidestepping right now, but that's because we need to... He needs an animation system that picks. I also need to split the cabin up so that the pathing works correct, or so that the Y sorting works correctly. Hell yes. All right. Pathing and locomotion. Done. Got it. Only took about 4.5 hours. So I think the next thing to do is to have him go home again after he's done that. Well, let's add a little aesthetic thing. Let's try to add the animation stuff. Let's get him like looking good as he's cruising. Kind of crazy that our pathfinding system kind of just worked. The only thing I fucked up was the configuration of the tile set itself, which is typical Dave. All right, so what we need to do now, what I want to do now is when he reaches somewhere, we need some kind of state system. And so some people are tempted to just do states as like nodes, and you can pop the node in and pop it out or whatever. I might just use an enum, because I think GDScript has an enum. You got an enum, right? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do an enum. Yeah, so we'll just make a little Bernard enum. Enum state. Idle. Pick. Walk. Easy. So we'll have a current state. Current state is a state. It'll start as idle. So we'll say, here we'll say if, well, we can do this. We're not gonna have this pathing bool. We're gonna have this be totally state-based. I guess what we should have is like a has path variable, has, maybe found path. Bool. We could add some safety stuff in here. I don't really want it. And grapes, bread, and cheese. What else do you need, huh? I want to fix the cabin real quick so that when the bear crosses in front of the threshold, it looks correct. All right, now we should see Bernard pass in front of their door correctly. Nope. Oh, I need to set up the Y sorting. Everybody is Y sorting. And then I also need to set up your offsets here correct, or your Y sorting here correctly. So behind. I just want to move this part. I don't want to move the transform. I want to set the offset. That should be fine. Okay, now Bernard should path correctly in front of his cabin. All right, beautiful. So we're just going to have him go out and then go back. All right, let's see if this does it. All right, yeah, he did it. He went to his target and then he went back. I could either write a separate return home function, or I could just add another tile here and not care. I think I'm going to add another tile here and not care. 'Cause the problem is he can't actually reach his home tile. Yeah, I'm going to write a different function. I want him to be in a state where the game can tell if he's at home, because that's the only time he should regain stamina. So what we should do here is it should be we should say we'll define a goal tile here. Variable goal tile. How's the jam going? Hey Matthew, it's going real good. We got our little character all done. He's got his full set of animations for walking and picking in 4 directions. It's very cute. He does his little thing. We did that last night. We made a path system for the tile map so that we can say where the character can go, what's accessible, and we got him moving along it. So if when I run this, he'll path to this arbitrary goal point. He'll come out of his cottage, I haven't hooked up the animation in here yet because we need to add the state machine. He'll come out, he'll get to that point, and then he'll just go back home. With just one caveat that I need to make a little adjustment, because he doesn't make it quite all the way home. But that's because he's not actually allowed to reach his goal. I'm gonna add a carve out that says if your goal is your home tile, you're allowed to go there. Otherwise not. Because with the picking animation, you don't actually want him to reach the tile that he wants to reach, because he picks over into the next tile. But how's your Saturday going? Apologies for eating. It's second meal time here for me. How's the game going along? It's coming along well, Nix. The pathfinding stuff works. I'm just getting ready to set up the state system so that Bernard can go between different states, like walking and picking and stuff. And then what we're going to need to do is have a system that, you know, manages the stuff laying around for them to do. Quite a bit there. I'm just trying to clean up the pathfinding part, the like getting a path, doing a thing. What we're going to do is we're going to say set goal and get path. Say vector 0, 0. Oh, packed vector 2 array, which is passed by reference, so that's fine. So we'll say goal tile is coords, and we'll say return get point path to goal. Sounds like a personal issue. We'll say point path equals set goal and get path. Say home tile. You can reset the current index. Put this in here. These are all member variables. Will this work? Excuse me. Oh, it's how I'm calling this. Let's see if Bernard makes it home. All right, Bernard wanders out to where we asked him to wander out to, and then wanders home again. That's the loop. Although actually, he'll probably, if his stamina's high enough, he'll wander from one location to another location. That's not his home. So he might pick berries from somewhere and then pick like an apple and then go home or get a fish or something. All right. So you can wander in and wander back. This is all just raw coded in physics process as like a test case, so that's not good. So what we need to do is we really need to bite the bullet and do like a little state machine. We only have 3 states, so man. Actually what I should do first is hook up the state machine to the animation system. I know I haven't made a state machine. I mean set up the different states to the animation system. And then what we need is we just need to know the sign of the difference between the 2 vectors. So we need to know which direction we're traveling in. That's it. So I should tie that into move along path. Actually, no, I just need to do it when we get the next point. So I should put this in like a function. So Bernard has his animation stuff. What we do need to do is we need to associate certain vectors with them. So we could say like any dir vector 2i. Well, how do I want to do this? Do it like this. So northeast is -1, 0. Oh, we can just use relations here. Never mind. I forgot there's no diagonal movement, so I don't actually need to define anything. I think it's actually, I think the governing body is going to be the animation player thing. Not the actual quote unquote animation player, but like we'll play the walk animation. When the walk animation finishes, if we've arrived at our objective, we do something else. If the animation finishes and we haven't arrived at our objective, we don't do anything. I don't know. It's probably better to do it the other way. But all we need to really do now is pick the right direction as this is happening. So what we can do is we can say blah, 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 set goal and get path. Yeah, this should be part of move along path. No, it can be here. Set goal and get path. It can be part of this set goal and get path thing, or part of this thing. Let's just hard code it in here for now, and then we'll figure it out. You know, that's how you do. You just try it, and then you encapsulate it. Once you understand the boundaries of the thing. So what we need to do, we need to know our animated sprite 2D. So we'll have an onReady variable maybe, I guess. Actually, we can just plug this in here. Like this. Animated sprite 2D. I guess I don't even technically need an animated sprite 2D. I could have done this with just a sprite, but it's better to do it this way. So what we need to do is we do this. Now what we need to do is we need to find... So we set the goal and we get the path. Or we know our next point. So what I need to do here is we can... These loop, so I don't really need to worry about it. What we should do is know what direction we're heading in. But let's just do it like this. Let's say variable direction is a vector 2. It's going to be next point minus position. I kind of want the sign of that. Vector 2 have a sign. It's the sign function. Should. It does. we're gonna call this is get travel, get move direction. Call this get direction and set anim. We're not going to worry about waiting for animations to finish playing and stuff here. We don't care enough. So we'll set the goal and get the path, and then what we're going to do is going to get the direction and set the animation. First thing we do is we get the direction, and then we match that direction. The sign should be good. The sign should just be pretty absolute. I don't think we need to do an is equal approximately for that, but if we have to, we will. And what's the syntax for match again? It's like, you say vector 2i dot 1. Can I say negative vector 2i dot 1? I don't know how match works. I literally never remember how match works. Why couldn't it just be switch? Yeah, why are you upset with me? It's literally what I'm writing. It's upset with me. Match dir. Oh, it's indented. Why are you indented? Okay. So if it's vector 2i dot 1, it should be we can say sprite 2d dot play we call this any walk oh, not vector 2i, vector 2. Can I find 1 in base vector 2? I know there's a vector 2.1. We were literally just talking about it. Vector 2. Oh, is it 1? It's a constant, isn't it? Like that. There we go. So negative vector 2.1. Oh, not 1. Dot. Oh, we don't need negatives. Vector 2 dot left is northeast. Vector 2 dot up is southwest. Well, let's just do down. Sprite 2d dot play. W walk. Call this set walk anim by direction. All right, let's watch this crash. Okay, so we only did that when we were starting, but it seems like that was quite wrong. -1. Oh, no, we can't use the raw points. We need to use the tile points. Vector 2i. Oops. Oopsies. So what we need to do is we need to know the current tile is... So let's see. I need to also know the next tile. Good local to map it based off the next point. That should be seems fine. Path grid dot local to map. Next point minus is current tile where we are, or is it where we are going? Current tile, current position is equal to whatever current tile is that. Okay, so that's where we are. Minus current tile. Still wrong. Oh, do we not know what any of these things are yet? Home tile, home tile. Next point. Oh, we don't know any of this stuff. We can't do this early. Oh no. Set goal and get path. Set goal, get path. Next point. Point is that. Current tile is that. Next point is that. Why is this wrong? I probably just don't know. It's usually me. Animation. Give me my animation. Any walk is this way. Yep. Got the axes wrong again. This is down. You know, for someone who likes diamond down a lot, I literally never remember which way it goes. So any is -y. SE would be positive x. SW would be positive y. And then NW would be -x. Down, right, up, left. Okay. Let's see. If I come out of the cabin facing forward, I'll be happy. Nope. Cool. I literally changed the coordinates, and it's like no idea what's going on. I guess I should print direction. That's what I should do. See what the fuck it is. 0, 0. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right or possible. Path grid, local to map, next point. All right, time to print out these things. What is next point? Yeah. Well, what is this, I guess, actually, technically? -6, 2. Okay, so that's not right. Next point can't be home. Oh, but we're doing this on, like, the first frame. All right, so we need to just do this again. So we can do this, and now we can say set walk anim by dir. We can also do it here. Set walk anim by dir. All right, all we want to do is be facing the right way at various points. Oh, we're lumbering. Oh, we're moonwalking. Oh, we're lumbering again. Our movement speed is way faster than the animation. Okay, so the XY is flipped for some reason. So we're going down 1x. Now we're going -1. -1y. Down. Is any walk. Yeah, vector 2i dot down. Oh. Godot. Gets me every time. The enemy's gate is down. Down in vector in 2D, Godot is 1. Every time. This is why I made a custom vector class for my game. Get around insane things like that. All right, we should be facing the right direction. We are. Look at us. We cruising. We cruising and bruising here. Yeah, our movement speed is way too fast for our animation, but I can't deal with like the actual movement speed that I probably want, which is probably this. Let's at least test the actual movement speed while I eat some more cheese. All right, we're doing it. We're setting our walk direction based on the relative direction of the next target. Beautiful. You love to see it. When we reach our goal, what we need to do is we need to switch to an idle, though. So yeah, I feel like the animation controller and the state machine are going to be very tightly coupled. We don't really need much of a state machine because we're really only managing 3 states and they're exclusive states. There's no such thing as jumping from a crouch or whatever, which is like the motivator for like usually doing something complicated. All right, so I think the next thing to do is to have him walk out. When he reaches the goal, he does a pick. And then when he's done with the pick, he walks back home. I think that's the next little evolution of this. So we say if position is equal approximately to the next point, if we reach the next point approximately, our current tile is that point. If the current tile is not the goal tile, so we have a special logic there, which I don't love, but it's easier to do that. Actually, I don't know if I want this separate logic for the goal tile. I kind of want to know what our next tile is. So like if our next tile is our home tile, we can sleep. If our next tile is our target tile, like if the next tile is where we're trying to get to, like the thing to pick, we can do that. So yeah, actually, I'm going to change this. I'm going to add 1 point to this grid here, which is actually rather silly. Because it means his home tile is actually going to be outside of the cabin, but no one's ever going to see that. It's just behind the cabin. So your home tile is actually going to be... Actually, I guess from a scene standpoint, you don't have a home tile. Your home tile is set here. And it's -7, 2. I guess it's okay if he starts here. Probably doesn't break. Here he goes. Hey, X to start. How's it going? Our jam's going okay. We're setting up the pathfinding in the state machine and all that stuff right now. Okay, you made it home. I need to remove your special carve out here. The bear does seem to pathfind. He does indeed. He pathfinds and he lumbers. We're doing to the down to jam. He's cooking. He's really cooking. He's just going out to a random point that I defined and is going back. Next, we got to get him picking up stuff. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. It's coming together. Yeah, it is. All right. So when he reaches here, he needs to stop. That's where the state stuff comes in. He's ostensibly he's coming out of and going back into his little cabin. That's how it's supposed to look. So he comes out of his cabin to pick berries and stuff, whatever's in his yard that's like ready to be picked, and then he goes back in. The theme is gathering. So we're making a little game about gathering stuff. My concern mainly is that it's not really a game. It's like an idle game, but I don't know if I'm going to have time to make any content. So it might be more of a diorama than anything else. The character art's done, though, at least. I mean, I would love to make him a little outfit. Like a little unlockable outfit. All right. So yeah, what I think we want is we want him to come out to the middle of the map, stop, pick something up, quote unquote, pick something up, and then head back in. So current tile is not equal to the gold tile. What we want to do... The current tile is not equal to the gold tile. So we can actually reduce this to... Well, no, hold on a second. The current tile is never going to be equal to the gold tile. Because we stop one tile short, and that's because of his animation. His picking animation is the one tile over. So he picks up things one tile over from where currently is. Probably need to move this back a little bit. Move this arm back slightly. This one's good. This one's good. The other one needs a little work, maybe. Oh. You have berries in your game too? Oh, nice. You're down to jam? Of course you are. Nice. Yeah, there's lots of people in this. I'm very excited to see what everyone makes. All right, so current tile. So we set our current tile. Our current tile is whatever tile we just reached. And if the current tile is not the goal tile, then what we do, so this is a safety check, which I don't think I actually need. I don't need that. Well, hold on. We don't actually want to reach... We want to say if current tile is not equal to... I think using a point path is a mistake. I think I want to use an ID path. So we have map to ID. I think I also want ID to map. I feel like I've done this before. And I like this. Then it's easier for me to compare tiles in tile space and not have to do this conversion back and forth all the time. The only downside is that means I need to get a point from the Pathfinder, but that's not a huge deal. So we can just say ID to map, new ID, map coords. All right, it's almost 3 a.m. here. Where you are, you're gonna bounce. No worries. Thank you, Nix. Have a good night, or morning, or whatever you have. Hydrate. Thank you. It's a good idea. Yeah, I'm starting to get the point where the spotlight's hurting my eyes. Which I could turn them off. But I think we're getting closer to offline time. Which usually gives me a nice breath of energy. Or I'll switch and just start working on art for a while when I'm truly brain dead. That's probably what I'm going to be doing. I have a lot of environmental art to make. But yeah, I don't know what kind of gathering game you make that doesn't have berries in it, you know? I've seen some people doing some like kind of little like Pikmin-esque maybe thing. Right? Yeah, exactly. My thing is, I was already kind of on this path, Hex. I've been kind of obsessed with Ropica's Idle Island, which is a little idle game about a frog that takes naps and cuts his grass, and that's all he does. I'm like seriously considering making an idle game, and so I needed very little. I needed the smallest push into making something like this. So this is kind of my take on it. Obviously, this is not the kind of game that one should make in 72 hours by themselves, because doing a game like this right, you need a ton of alternative and reskinned content and stuff like that. But I want to at least get the foundation down and kind of study that. I'll probably do a real one of these at some point. But yeah, maybe a bit of a lift for a solo 72-hour jam. Fun though, fun. And depending on how I feel about this when I'm done, maybe I'll add more content to it or something. Get a post-jam version up that's actually like an idle game. So I think it's a cute premise. It's called Bare Necessities. So yeah, anywhere that we reference map to ID, we're gonna make an ID to map entry. Yeah, exactly. I want to record a little cover of that song as an instrumental. Hopefully I don't draw any, copyright strikes, so I think I'll be fine. Having a hard time spelling. Not that that's like a new thing or anything having to do with me being tired. I generally can't spell. Good luck. Thank you. You too. Can't wait to... I'll see you on the other side. Alright, our whole pathfinding system here is like less than 100 lines, which is good. Although I guess this is just the initializer. But that's all we need for this part. So now we have an ID to map, so we can rewrite this. So we can get rid of... So I don't want a point path anymore. I want like an ID path. So instead, we can say current tile is pathgrid dot id to map, and it can be id path 2 at the current index. Oh, yeah. So this, if current index is less than whatever. So what we don't want current tile. So if position is equal to next point, current tile is that point. Hold on, let's fix this part first. This is get ID path to goal. Return a star 2d dot get ID path. This is a packed int array. I don't know which one. Int 64, of course. All right, so we changed a little bit of how this works. We got an ad break for 3 minutes, so I guess I'll wait to explain this until we're back from ads. Oh. What's happening here? Oh. My microphone gain's kind of weird. Huh. Well, if I was quiet for a while, that's why. Weird. All right, so now I'm just working around the fact that the current tile that we're in is never going to be the tile that we're trying to reach. The best case scenario is that the next tile is the tile we're trying to reach. So I'm just writing this logic so that we operate off of that. That's the goal. So current tile is never going to be goal tile. So what we want to do is we actually want to check next tile. And I don't think we ever need to make this safety check. So we're not going to. All right, this should work. Let's just test it real quick. It doesn't seem to be working. Oh, no, here it comes. Oh, we're just doing stuff right now. Where are we even walking to? We're walking diagonally all of a sudden. That's new. That's not allowed. Is that how you're going to get home too? Oh, I think he's jumping ahead. That was flawless. I think it's because we're looking at our next... It's imitating as if we have diagonal movement, which we don't. But it's looking at the next tile. I messed that up. How's it going, Skywalk? I just introduced that. Before we had only 4-directional walk, but I changed this. Let's see what I did here. I'm trying to work around the fact that we never actually reach the tile that we're targeting. We only ever get to one tile next to it. But I realized that that should only work at the end. I must be doing a comparison. Oh, if position dot is equal approx next point. Oh, maybe next point is messed up. Hold on a second. What's going on here? No, this... I don't see why that would cause this. I didn't change anything here. Yeah, the pathfinding system doesn't make connections diagonally. How am I doing that? All right, let's go through this from the top here. If position is equal approximately to next point, yeah, it will be next tile. Next point is 0, 0. Oh, so this will actually be no. This will actually... Oh, this is untrue. Oh, no. We do this here. So set goal and set path. So set goal and set path. We're just arbitrarily going to 0, 0. Goal tile is map chords. Sure. Path array is get ID path to goal. Get ID path to goal. Takes our current tile and our goal tile, which we just set, and gives us an ID path. Current index is 0. Next tile is ID to map. Current index is 0. Next tile is this. Where do you start, Bernard? You have to start here. That's reasonable. So next point is set pathgrid.map to local next tile. So we're kind of bypassing the path points entirely, which is kind of great. But I'm a little concerned. So next tile is pathgrid.id to map. Path array, current index, and then next point. I'm gonna print this. Yeah, that's wrong. Oh, no, that should be fine, because that's 0. We set that up, that's 0. position should be equal to next point the next time we run this. Assuming I placed you exactly perfectly. If I didn't, that might explain some of this. Nope, I placed you perfectly. And then current tile. So once we do that, current tile becomes the point that we just reached, the tile that we just reached. So we say that's our current tile now. Okay. Then we increment the index. We say the next tile is this exact position. Are we not setting the next point? Oh, and then we're indexing this again. No, this is wrong. We do this all up here. We were doubling. So that's how we achieved the diagonal movement. We were incrementing and then incrementing. We were double incrementing. This should not include diagonal movement now. All right, we fixed it. I want to switch him to idle when he reaches his goal here. Let's make the rest of these. So we'll func set idle anim by dir. I guess should I just pass dir in? Dir vector 2i. I want to plug this in like this? Not really. Are we still setting a next point? We must be. Yeah, we need one. Oh, I don't need to do a local to map. I could just say next tile. In which case, maybe I do want to just pass in dir. So I would like to get some of the state machine stuff sorted out, but I am fading a little bit here. All my bread and cheese and grapes have made me a little sleepy. Hey Barlane, how's it going? We're doing okay. We got Bernard going around. Got him walking. He's following his little path. Not Bernard being Cubert. Yeah. Oh, he needs to stop. Also, we crashed. I know why we crashed. I'm going to say a current state is equal to state dot walk. How are the stress levels? Are we on schedule? Yeah, we just ate. I just ate a bunch of bread and cheese and grapes. So I'm a little sleepy. But we're doing okay. We got all the pathfinding stuff. We got all the movement. I'm trying to wrap up the code for tonight so I can spend the next, the second 6 hours of the day on just drawing environmental art, something chill. Something I can relax to tonight. Just trying to wrap up some code stuff before then. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Tomorrow might not end up being sound day just because it's so hard to do sound stuff on stream. I know people love it. Making little Foley sound effects and guitar stuff and whatever and mandolin, but it'll depend on how well I feel after tonight. How we're doing. If we end up spending tomorrow setting up game stuff and UI and whatever, I'll probably end up doing the sound effects off stream. We'll see though, we'll see. You seem more relaxed than the following Wind Jam. Well, that was my very first game jam. And that was 48 hours. So we had 2/3 the amount of time that we have available to us. So I'm getting a little better. Progress, improvement. Yeah, we're getting a little better. Thank you, Bartlane. Thank you for checking in. All right, so yeah, now we're plugging in some of the state stuff. So we're only going to move along a path if the current state is walk. So what we need to do is we need to say, so current state, state. Can I do this? State.idle. So we start out with an idle state. When we do this, we can set the current state to walk. And then when we're done with this, we'll set the current state equals state.idle. Let's see how Bernard does here. He's going. Here he goes. He's doing his best. It'd be really cute if I could get, we might need to speed up the animation or something. It'd be really cute if I could get him to move only when he's like actually walking, but you believe in Bernard? Thanks, Time Novel Hero. Yeah, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. The last thing we need to implement is picking. So well, if I can get him to idle when he gets to his home here, we'll move on to having him try to pick something. Yep, there he did it. Okay. Love it. You love to see it. Something in here popped. Mystery. He's so beautiful. Yeah. You like Bernard? Yeah, now we got to get him to pick something up. Well, for one thing, let's set the pickup so we can do that. It's theoretically possible that we need to set their pick animation. Their pick animation direction might not exactly be the same direction that they were walking, because they might, because of obstacles, they might walk up and their objective might be on the side of them, so they'll need to turn before picking up. So we need to implement this here. This has been pretty easy to manage. I think I'll fiddle with the animation speed a little bit here. If we actually implement upgrades, like we can make Bernard faster, we might need to even have the animation speed be a parameter thing that we can plug in. So how fast does this need to be? So this feels good, but the problem is we can't actually make his walk speed that slow, or it's just like so crushing. So what about 3 FPS? I think that's okay without like ruining the character of him. 50% speed up. I like the lumbering. It looks unnatural with the speed at which he's moving. Yeah, that's fine. You like the gentle lumber? Yeah, we'll see. Let's see what we feel about this. This is better. This matches his feet better. I just don't like the glide effect. This still feels slow, which is good. Maybe we need to reduce the movement speed a little. He definitely is still lumbering. Yeah, maybe we tone down the movement speed a little, because it's supposed to be a relaxing game. Yeah, because he's still sliding a little. And he stopped. All right. There's our boy. All right, yeah, what if walk speed was 3 instead of 5? Oh, that looks really good. He's hardly sliding at all. I mean, he's hardly doing anything, but... That's way more synced with his animation. It actually looks like he's lumbering over. Yeah, his feet aren't sliding very much. There's a little of it, but there's not much I can do about that unless I actually sync the movement to be like stutter stepping, but I couldn't be bothered. This little pathfinding tile thing, this is neat. We're saving this for like a template. Because then we can have just out-of-the-box pathfinding with like a script and like a sprite sheet. This is maybe the first piece of code that I'm pleased enough with to like actually put in the template. Yeah, I love this. It actually looks like his feet are planting. All right, shipping it. We're shipping that. And then you can make his walk speed maybe a little faster with upgrades. Thanks, Bart Lane. All right, let's get him picking. So here we'll add if current this process function is going to be a horrible nightmare. And it's probably going to remain that way for the course of the jam because I don't think I'm going to write a proper state manager. But we'll ask if the state is walk, if the current state's walk, we'll do all this stuff. And then if the current state is still walk, we'll get down here. I guess what we could do is we could do this. Actually, I guess we know. Yeah, let's do that. That's kind of a silly way to do it, but what we should have is a separate thing that evaluates the state, but I can't be bothered. So if our current state is walk, we're going to do all this stuff. Here, we're actually going to say, or yeah, here, we're going to say set pick anim. My last YouTube video is one of the first things that come up when you Google Down to Jam. Hell yeah. That's great, considering the 30 people that watched it. No, I'm very pleased with Down to Jam. Down to Jam has been a blast. There's a lot of great people participating. After I log off, I'm going to read all of the everyone's jam progress and everything. We're doing Down to Jam is doing great. People are sharing. If anyone wants to check out people's progress, it's also on the website. People are sharing their progress updates. Some of which, most of it's on the Discord. I'd recommend joining the Discord. All right, we're almost halfway through the jam. We're about 3 hours away from being halfway through. I'm actually feeling kind of okay about our progress. We have a lot of the core mechanics in place. What we're going to need is like a pickables manager, something that manages the spawn timing of things that you can pick up and stuff. But I have a feeling that that's all just going to be timer-based nonsense. Look at us. So yeah, Big Boy Games is streaming. Cole Slosky is streaming. Where Digital Iliad is streaming. We're all there's plenty of there's so many people. There's 118 entrants. Someone just joined in the last few hours because that number was 117 a little while ago. Yeah, this has been a great jam. I'm very excited to see what everyone makes. Ended up being a great theme. People always say community voted themes are trash, but we got exactly what we wanted, which we always seem to when we do a theme vote. We always seem to get exactly the theme that we wanted. Because I kind of have been just obsessed with Ropika's Idle Island, and this provided a great excuse to dive into that and try out a little idle game that we probably won't finish in time, in terms of like we probably won't be able to get all the unlockables and stuff, but I would love to get like a different... I have 2 ideas for his cottage, so I think we could do an unlockable upgrade for the cottage, and I do want to give him a little outfit. I would love to give him a little like set of overalls or something. Bart Lane, you'd like this. Someone recommended a Paddington Bear outfit. Just the hat and the jacket. That could be fun too. All right, so we're going to do this. We're going to set our state to pick. What we should do is have a function that's like set pick state, and it handles all the cleanup for us. So we're going to enter this pick state. Instead of this if not found path, what we should do is we should say if cur state is equal to state dot idle. If we're idling, then what we're going to do is we're going to walk. If we're walking, we're going to do this. If we're still walking, we'll walk. And now we're going to have an if current state is equal to state dot pick. If we're in the pick state, now we're going to do some pick stuff. What we do need to do is now we need to start hooking up signals. So we need to hook up an animation finished. Hold on. Emitted when the animation reaches the end or if the start of it is played in reverse. When the animation finishes, it pauses the playback. The signal is not emitted if an animation is looping, so that's what we want to ask. So we want animation looped. We want to connect. We want to connect this onto Bernard. On animated sprite 2D animation looped. I think we can just call it on animation looped. I think we can simplify that one. Connect. So now we have this. So what we can do is if on animation looped, can we find out what the animation was? I guess we can ask what animation we're playing. Does the game have a title yet? I thought I told you. Bare Necessities. It was originally called Idle Hands, but then, you know, we came up with this. Let's say, I want to know what frame, what we are playing. Tell me what we're playing. Dot animation? What is this? Current animation as a string name. Yeah, that's the name. Oh man, frame changed. Yeah, we could totally, if we really were crazy, we could hook up the frame change signal. And so on each odd numbered frame, when the bear takes a step, we could move them a little forward. So we could have the bear only move when he takes a step. That would unequivocally solve the sliding problem. I think if we set the bear's speed to variable, like if the player can upgrade the bear's speed, which is a typical Ropica upgrade, then we'll do something like that, where the bear truly lumbers. Like he takes a step and moves a little forward, takes a step, moves a little forward. That could be hilarious. But right now, we're not going to worry about it. Properties, animation, frame, speed scale, sprite frames. All right, I think I'm going to get this pick thing set up, and then I think we're going to call it. This is about as long as we streamed yesterday, about 7 hours. And then that gives me another 6 or so hours, 6-ish hours to work offline. 100 coin to feed Bernard espresso. Bears do like their espresso. Wait, where are you going? I was gonna make espresso. Maybe you feed him honey and he gets faster. That'd be pretty cool. Honey is kind of sticky though, wouldn't he? It's yeah. Let's not get bogged down with logic. Yeah, my problem is I think I'm pretty confident that we're gonna have a cute little diorama at the end of this. The thing that I am not confident about is whether we have a game. Oh, Arity. Thank you. Thank you for being the person in chat who got that reference to my favorite film. Thank you for being the film buff that you are. I hope you're having a happy Saturday. Sarisha mentioned you were helping out with some pixel art. I was so sure that I was going to say that and nobody was going to get it. Movie references summon you. Clearly. All right, so when our animation loops, we're going to try to figure out, we'll match which animation is looping. Because why not? This is a little stupid. I don't actually think this is a good way to do this. What I should do is I should have an animation type, like a little anim type dictionary. Like a little anim type dictionary. Does GDScript let dictionaries be constant? Probably not. String name. State. We'll say anim state. This doesn't need to be constant. I just thought it was interesting. Now we can do something in our ready function. We can say anim state equals. I don't know how to declare dictionaries. Like that, yeah. I don't know why everyone has their own syntax and I always have a hard time. Yeah, because I just want to be able to get to the state of, I don't want to have to match off of like every single string. I want to know what animation is associated with what state. I don't want to care about the direction. You gotta go. Very happy about everything. Bernard. You either called me Bernard or you're saying everything Bernard related makes you happy. And I'll take whatever, I guess. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, we're doing okay. For once. Uh-oh. We got a raid. Hide the code. Hey, Big Boy Games. How's the jam going? It's going good. Yochi Replays, thank you for the follow. How's the year going? I saw you at the top of the page. We're doing okay. We've got our little character, Bernard. We got a really bare bones little game thing here. We just finished setting up a lot of the state and the pathfinding and everything. So now at the moment, all that happens is our little bear wanders out of his cabin. He says, hoping he didn't mess up the logic. Come on, Bernard. Where are you? Here he comes. Sleepy bear. So we're making a little idle game about a bear who wanders out picking up berries and stuff. So Bernard wanders out. He picks up stuff. He goes back. We're very inspired by Ropika's Idle Island, which I can show. We haven't had much time for content beyond completely finishing the main character. I'm going to turn my lights off. There we go. Spooky lighting here. Oh, that's really bad. There we go. But yeah. Oh, we need to fix the state. So now he just needs to turn around and go back home, which he used to do. But we've messed with his ability to do that. But yeah, we're heavily inspired by Ropika's Idle Island, a little game about a frog who goes back and forth between napping and cutting grass. You were thinking of an idle game too? Yeah, I think there's too much content. I think I'm going to have a problem with that. I don't know if I have time to make all the content for it. I think I'll have the loop down and it'll just be a diorama with no content. Your spin on the theme is gathering intelligence as a spy. Oh, okay. So you have to translate Morse code and hit a daily quota. Oh, that's interesting. I couldn't do that. Yeah, but we're very pleased with our little Bernard. Now we need to implement his little pick. He needs to pick stuff up. We're starting to implement the state machine stuff. But yeah, doing all of this last night was really fun. I've never done a 4-direction character animation before. And I still haven't because I just did 2 directions and copied them. But I really enjoyed doing this little guy. I'm a little concerned about this grab. I'm a little concerned that he's too far forward. I think I need to move his arm back a little bit, which is fine. We'll see. It should be around here, and it's a little too low, I think. But, it doesn't have to be perfect. But yeah, I'm sure you've been working real hard, so if you got a raid and run. If you're like me, you're gonna work on it for another 6 hours because you're like, I can still work on this. I just need to be offline. I need to remove the overhead of streaming. That's where I'm at right now. But we're gonna power through and try to finish this state machine. So right now we're getting held up. But yeah, I have so much content to make. I need to make at least one version of this cabin. I need to make some berry bushes, a couple of trees, maybe a pond, and some environmental background stuff. I was gonna do a tile set, and then I realized I could just handcraft one environment. So I think I'm gonna do that. But that means painting a single finished piece of environmental art layer by layer. Which is probably what I'm gonna do tonight. With maybe like a movie in the background or something. Hey, Captain Anosa, how's it going? Are you down to jam? Or are you just a Big Boy Games fan? Sorry if I'm a little dark here. I had to turn my spotlights off. They were starting to give me a headache. I'm amazed my green screen is holding up, though, in basically a no-light scenario. Kind of incredible. It'll probably start failing when the sun finishes going down. I'm afraid to look out the window. Freak it out. All right, so I think what broke this is I added this thing where the current state becomes the pick state when we reach the initial goal. Right now we just have a simple routine, a test routine where he walks out, picks something up and goes back home, but now we need to implement the picking something up part, which is animation based. So I just hooked up an animation signal. And what I was doing was I was defining all this stuff. I better not be the last person streaming the jam in a little bit. I think I'm going later than... Well, I am in Pacific, so I think most other people are done for the night. Hopefully no one's doing an all-nighter yet. I'm saving my all-nighter for tomorrow night, because my time zone, the jam is over at 10 a.m., and that probably means staying up all Sunday night. Which is cool. It's not a jam if you don't stay up all night at least once. But I'm pacing myself. I'm doing real good. I've been sleeping well, eating well. I went for a walk. I've been going for a walk each morning to a little diner. We're trying to not panic. I should probably name these correctly. Right now I'm just defining a little dictionary that lets us know the state that's associated with a specific animation. So I don't have to have an enormous match statement for all of these. We're gonna have such a rudimentary state machine. But yeah, this has been really fun. I'm seriously thinking about making an idle game. Like a real idle game. I have a name for it and everything. So this has been really, this was my very selfish opportunity to like think about, like see what's involved in it. And it is definitely more content heavy than I initially thought. Which makes sense. And you need a lot of variety in terms of the art, and sound design is going to be key. I'm not sure we're going to be able to make enough sound for this. Okay, so here's all our little anim states. I know I don't need to do this in Ready. I could just do this up here. Would it be upset with me if I just do this as a constant? I don't think a dictionary is typically constant, but I'm gonna see if it lets me do it. It shouldn't. What if I just do this? What if I don't type specific it? Yeah, it doesn't want it. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but who cares? That's what Ready's for. Zephinser. Dictionaries can't be constant since it changes size. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's changing as I'm building it out. I'd need to be able to define the type and the size. I almost never code in GDScript, so I never know what the syntax is and I never know what the rules are. But hey, welcome in. How are you doing? How's your Saturday night going? All right, so now we got our little state thing. We'll pass this for now just so the compiler stops yelling at me, or interpreter, or whatever this is. Now we'll add this match statement back. So we're sending a signal when the animation loops. And what we're going to do is we're going to match it with the anim. We're going to match the anim state of the animation that's looping. And so what we can do here is we can say state.idle. We can say state.pick. This will be good because we're going to want to only change state after we enter and exit after certain animations finish playing. You get a few laughs at Big Boy. That's what it's about, huh? All right, so if it's the pick state, so this is where not having the state manager set up is annoying. What we're gonna do. All right, so how do we use this to get out of the pick state? So we essentially want to play the pick state once. Essentially, whenever one of these animations finish, we should, well, not whenever, but for this one particularly, we should kick it back. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Well, what the actual situation is if we're picking something, we either keep picking it until we run out of things to pick, or we run out of stamina and we just go back home. So what if we just plug in a stamina stat and we set it to 0? It'll be an int. For now. Here, let's say this. So if a pick animation is finished looping, let's just say if stamina is less than or equal to 0, then we'll say our current state well, we'll make it walk. What it should be is it should switch to idle. But right now we'll make it walk because that will help. This is not exactly what we want either. Actually, I know what I'm doing. We'll set the state to idle, and what we're going to do is just for testing purposes, we'll have an array. We'll call it a goal array, and this is not something we're going to keep around, but it's something we'll have here for testing purposes. Goal array. And so we'll say goal array dot push. We'll push vector 2i. We'll put vector 2i dot 0. Oh, we don't want an array. We don't want this kind of... I thought an array in Godot was basically a list. Is it not called push? Is it append? Append. Okay, and then here we'll say goal array dot append. We'll say home tile. So they're going to go out and then they're going to go home, and that'll be enough. So here what we can say is, if we're in the pick state, we'll just pass. If we're in the idle state, what we're going to do is we're going to pop. We're going to say goal array dot pop. We can still do that at least, right? Yeah. No? Okay. Hey, Diginanigans, how's it going? I'll give you an update in a second here. I could have sworn there was a pop. Oh, I have to specify where we're popping from. Ah. Pop front probably is what I want to do. How was your Saturday? We'll say pop front. I do like that I can just use good GDScript arrays as like stacks and stuff. It's kind of fun. All right, so so if we're picking and our stamina is less than or equal to 0, we'll switch to the idle state. And when we're in an idle state, we'll evaluate our next target here. Actually, what I should do is in the state machine, if we're in the idle state and we're picking our next state and our stamina is below 0, we just go home. This is going to break. So instead, what I should do is we should say... I shouldn't do it this way. This goal array thing was stupid anyway. So idle, we can say current state's walk, but if stamina is less than or equal to 0, or we can actually just pick a target. So we can say, sounds good, you're not doing bad. You're working on your block bench plugin. Nice, nice. Here we're going to say, just for testing purposes, 0. Or we can say greater than. Here, we're going to make stamina equal 1. And so it will be vector 2i dot 0 if stamina is greater than 0, else we'll say home tile. So we'll just go home. I just want to see if this works. So state pick, when we finish the when we loop a pick animation, we will say stamina minus equal 1, and then we'll say if stamina is less than or equal to 0, we'll switch to an idle animation. will set an idle animation. This is stupid, but I'm kind of just testing things without actually building out the whole state transition stuff yet. I might end up doing that stuff tomorrow. I think I'm heading into art mode. All right, so let's run this and watch the crash. So ideally, here's what we got going kind of now, Diginanigans. Ideally, our boy Bernard here will lumber his way out of his cottage in a second. He'll lumber his way. I think the animation speed and the movement speed are very nicely synced at the moment. I think it's kind of maddening how slow he is. So what he should do is get out here, try to pick something up, and then just go home. Okay. Well, that's not happening. We made it out here, and now we just stuck. All right, so that transition's not working. Good thing we were in ads. That would have been embarrassing. Am I not picking the right animation? No, I am. Set pick anim by direction. Anim.play any pick. Animation loop signal is set up. What seems like it's probably broken is this part. If goal tile is not equal to home tile, current state equals state.pick. If next tile is not equal to go tile, we just do we keep walking. Otherwise, our state becomes idle. Set pick anim by direction. Yeah, we're doing that. Set goal and get O. Duh. Get rid of that. Very cute. Thank you. Yeah, I'm fairly pleased with what we got so far in that department here. It's slow, but it's like supposed to be slow. It's supposed to be ponderous, right? It's an idle game. What's not ponderous is the amount of content I need to make for it. But we're gonna watch Bernard walk out here. Ideally, he's gonna reach his goal in the middle of the map, stop, bend over to pick something up. Then he'll be out of stamina, and he will go home, and he will stop. And that's where he'll be regenerating his stamina. But yeah, I still have to make basically all of the art that's not Bernard. Oh! He did it! I think I want to add another frame on at the end there. Look at him go. Thanks, iHeart Pandas. He's really going. I need to raise the window a little bit. Although, I don't know. Maybe it's cute that the window kind of blocks him a little bit. All right, there goes that little bare booty. And now he won't come back out because he's getting here and then he gets into an idle state. And his stamina is 0. But yeah, that's the loop. He builds up stamina in the cabin. He spends stamina picking. He does not spend stamina walking. Because I think that would be annoying as shit if he did that. He only spends stamina picking things. He'll pick things until he has no stamina left. Or I guess until there's nothing left to pick. I'll have to think about that. I think it's super unlikely that he runs out of things to pick, but I guess it's theoretically possible. Maybe if he runs out of stuff to pick, he just goes home as well. We'll definitely have a list of pickables that are like ripe, quote unquote. What I'm thinking is we'll have 3 corners. We'll have in the lower left corner, way over yonder. I think we'll put berry bushes and stuff. In the upper right corner, I think we'll put like a fruit tree, like an apple tree or something. And I think in this lower corner, we'll put like a pond or like the edge of a lake or something. And I think that'll be pretty much it. And then it's just see how much content we can make. But I'm very pleased with my little pathfinding. We use this tile set to generate a A-star 2D network. And it just reads the tile set. And it just looks at the Atlas coords. And it builds a network. I think it's pretty neat. I might actually put this in a template. All right, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Feeling pretty good about that so far. Let's add the pick to the animation. Or let's lengthen the pick animation a little bit more specifically. I think the pick, I think we should add, I think he should pause at the end. Why can't I copy this? There we go. Yeah. So now before he finishes, he'll, because the thing is he bent over and then immediately turned around and went back. We don't want that. We want to hang out for a second. I do need to fix this. This grab, this little grab. It looks more like a yoga pose than him picking something up, which is funny, but he needs to grab around here and he's grabbing too close to the edge. The other pick I'm fine with. Where is it? This pick I think is good. I think this pick is perfect. Giving a lot of Winnie the Pooh energy. But yeah, this one needs to be tightened up a little. Which is fine. We just move the arm and shoulder back a little so that he's touching around here. Move it back a couple pixels. Which is good. That'll make it seem less like he's completely turning his spine around. All right, do we have our frames? I think so. All right. All right, we'll try that one more time here. I think the speed at which he moves is going to be so maddening. This is such a stupid thing to do for a jam. Because most people only play a jam game for like 5 minutes. And this guy's going to take 5 minutes to do one cycle. But I don't see anything wrong with it. Like, the whole point of this kind of a game is that you'd upgrade him to get him to move faster. He's just too cute. Increasing average playtime for your game? Yeah, right. All right, he's going to get here. He's going to do his pick. And now he's going to turn around and go home. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. I'd even like him to pick a couple times, but that'll be a thing. That'll be like there's going to be some kind of pickable manager that keeps track of like what tiles pickables are in and how quickly they're spawning. 10 out of 10 game. Ship it. Thank you. Thank you, Arity. Yeah, I kind of like that the top of his head is cut off by his little cabin window. I'm gonna do a version of this cabin with just planks of wood, but I really want to do a log cabin version. If there's an unlockable version of this, it's gonna be a log cabin version. I think that'd be sick. But yeah, I need to do a lot of art. But we've got the hook together. I just need to come up with like a spawnables system. And then maybe actually make a state manager that is based off of those things. And then get all the art in there. And then we're going to need to do a UI. Make all the sound. It's cool. We're halfway through. We're only like halfway through the jam, and I think we've made some decent progress. Not sufficient progress, but decent progress. I think I got too much cheese and bread and grape. I don't even think I'm gonna have dinner. Is anyone else streaming down to jam? I'm starting to fade here. I say starting to, I've been fading a while. Let me reset this. We're at the front page here, which indicates to me probably not. Oh, who's this? Oh, it's Slosky. Me, Slosky, and Busk the Stod. Pixel Cram Game Jam. Oh, that's something else. Food Time. Oh, is Slosky in Food Time? Or is he back? I thought he was back. All right, yeah, I think we're gonna raid out the Slosky. I'm tired. And I'm gonna keep working on this game for another 6 hours, but I need to just do it offline. I need to put on some music or TV or something and just hunker down for art time. I'm not gonna work on the state machine, I don't think. I think if I tried to work on the state machine tonight, like 5 hours would pass and I wouldn't get anything done. I think I need to switch to art mode. I think we need to just start cranking out some art. Especially, tomorrow I'm gonna need berry bushes. Tomorrow I'm gonna need berry bushes, a fruit tree, and like a pond. So I think I'm gonna focus on those things. Maybe do the initial version of the cabin, since I've already drafted it. Yeah, we've been live for 7 hours, which is pretty up there. I know when I would do Ludum Dare, I would stream for like 12 hours. I don't know how I did that without dying. But yeah, I'm feeling good about what we're doing so far. Even if all we get is little Bernard's diorama of him wandering around picking up berries, I'll be happy. But yeah, let's go raid Cole. They've been live for almost 10 hours, so they need the energy and support more than I do, I think. We'll pressure him into to continue sticking around here. But yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out today. If you came in with a raid and you stuck around, that's incredible. If you're a usual viewer, thank you so much. Either way, thank you so much. Appreciate the support. People coming in, expressing their joy at seeing Bernard do his little thing, his little bear thing, his little bear shuffle. That keeps us doing it. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, same time. We're not done yet. So yeah, I want to thank everyone for watching. If I don't see you, I hope you have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye.